Welcome to your sneak peek of the 2026 horoscope portal. Whether you're a beginner or seasoned in astrology, I'll guide you step by step on how to navigate each month using your human design authority for deeper alignment. Each month is truly its own world, featuring your horoscope presentation, bonus articles, exclusive content, and my own personal insights, all designed to give you more clarity, depth, and perspective, all in one place. Welcome everyone to your November 2025 monthly horoscope. If you are watching on Spotify or YouTube, you just saw the sneak peek of the 2025 year ahead horoscope portal. The link for that is in the description below. If you're interested, I definitely recommend getting it before, at least before January, so that you can really maximize it and have time to go through it, because there is a lot of material in that. It is definitely juicy in terms of a 2026 year ahead. Now, getting into November, getting back to this year, November has quite a bit going on in kind of sneaky ways. So at first glance, you kind of think, okay, typical transit, this going on. But then as we start to peel back the layers, it seems like it's this ongoing thing for some of us that really got initiated in October last month. So I'm going to be going into those details, especially with the Mercury retrograde, Mercury stationing direct. Uranus is going to be going back into Taurus to finish up that journey. So anyways, we have quite a bit to get into. I'm going to stop blabbing and let's get into it. Hello, Aries Risings. We are going to kick off the month on November 4th when Mars enters your Sagittarius 9th house. I like to think of the 9th house as growth and potential. So what growth and potential themes are you thinking about, experiencing? Some of you, this could be through higher knowledge, continuing education, spirituality, travel. Some of you, it could be career related, maybe publishing, teaching. Really, what are those growth and potential themes that are specific to you that some of you might be really thinking about, especially because Mars tends to kick up a little bit of heat in that area. So some of you might be looking into travel plans or knowledge, publishing, teaching, just that growth and potential that for some of you, like I mentioned, could be career related. Now, what's important about this is that when Mars enters Sagittarius, Mars rules your first house. It rules your physical body, the self, independent action. So when it enters Sagittarius, for you, Aries risings, it's actually going to start to trine your first house. So at some point, it's going to trine your ascendant or any planet in your first house. So definitely, compared to maybe some other signs, although Mars is losing a little bit of essential dignity, moving from its place of rulership in this Scorpio 8th house, if you're watching, moving into Sagittarius, it loses a little bit of essential dignity. It loses a little bit of strength. However, for you, Aries risings, it's your ruling planet and it's visible and it's trine. So it creates a lot more energy, a lot more flow, theoretically. So, however, when it first enters your Sagittarius 9th house, is going to immediately form an opposition with Uranus in your 3rd house of communication, exchanging information. Some of you, this could be professional or personal. So if it's professional, look out for communication fields, technology, transportation, short distance travel. If it's more personal, look out for, communication, exchanging information with siblings, extended family, neighbors, people, places, and things really within your immediate environment. That Mars is going to be in opposition. So oppositions can be a little challenging because it can sometimes make us feel like we want to be in two places at once. We want to be doing two things at the same time. And so this could bring some opposition energy or requiring some balance as you go into November regarding sort of your higher goals, growth and potential. Maybe there's travel plans. Maybe there's things going on with work that you're really feeling very motivated, a lot of desire. There's a plan of action around it. Any of those growth and potential themes, or even career related for some of you, especially if your midheaven is in Sagittarius, by the way, that might require you to balance those immediate things in your immediate environment that might require some last minute innovation or change. So maybe there's things going on with siblings, extended family. Maybe there's some innovation or changes to sort of your communication, whether it's personal or professional related, that might need to be balanced with sort of, okay, I have these travel plans, I have these plans of actions, I need to focus on my education or, my publishing, my script, my teaching, my career. So the, oppositions between the ninth and the third, generally speaking, what I've seen over the years, especially with one-on-ones, just it can create sort of a very busy time, and Mars and Uranus can be quite stimulating in an opposition. So as you go into November, make sure you're taking care of your physical body. Pay attention to how your physical body feels, especially with Mars ruling your first house of the physical body and it being involved in this opposition. So just, pay attention to your physical body and how you feel, and sort of maybe for some of you, if it feels centered and it feels right, using that as a barometer for where you need to speed up, where you need to slow down, and how to sort of find some sense of balance with this opposition. Now, because this is a Mars-Uranus opposition, some of you might be able to think back to July of 2024, when Mars was originally conjunct Uranus. And now it's traveled, sort of started that story and journey, and it's moved its way up here and created this opposition. So some of you might actually be able to think back to July of 2024. What was really being amplified? What was really being started that now might require some different perspectives or some balance to what was going on. So not all of you, but some of you might be able to think back to July of 2024 and start to notice similar themes that could be coming up related to that journey or that story, and how it's requiring some sort of different perspective or balance. Now moving on to November 7th. Get this a little bit more exact, especially if you're watching. Uranus is going to retrograde back into your Taurus second house of earned income and self-worth. Now, you've already had a very long journey with Uranus going through your Taurus second house of earned income and self-worth. But Uranus retrograding back into this area, I look at it like the next few months might be a good time to sort of wrap up that story. What have you learned about money? What have you learned about currency, your natural gifts, talents, what you consider yours, your self-worth? So if there's any sort of last minute innovation, change you want to make to, amplify, or with Uranus, electrify sort of that self-worth, your value, your gifts, your talents, and find new ways of creating cash flow or learning about money, whatever it is, whatever it resonates. Uranus is wrapping up this story here. Really, it's going to officially leave Taurus April 25th, 2026. So you've got quite a few months to work out any last minute kinks. But again, you've done the majority of the legwork here. This is just sort of the last little wrap up before Uranus never returns, or for most of us, will not return back to Taurus in our lifetime. And so it will be maybe another 80 to 84 years before Uranus returns to your Taurus second house of earned income and self-worth. So many of you will be celebrating its official leave come April 2026, where Uranus has caused a lot of highs and lows financially for some of you, or really had to work through maybe your self-worth, really innovating and stepping into your natural gifts and talents for some of you even. So again, excuse me, just kicked something, sorry. This is really just the last leg of the journey here with Uranus. Now, As we get to November 9th, let me get this a little bit more exact. Okay, so you're going to notice here, if you're watching, pay attention to this Mercury here in Sagittarius. I'm just going to bump up the hour, and once it hits red, it's retrograde. So November 9th, Mercury stations retrograde, and Mercury entered shadow, building those contextual clues on October 21st around that new moon in Libra. So we're moving into November with Mercury in shadow, still building those contextual clues for it to finally station retrograde on November 9th and to initiate that revisionary period, reviewing, revising, perfecting, whatever really came up in the past couple weeks. Now for you, Aries risings, Mercury does rule your 6th house of daily work and or health routine. So some of you might start to review and revise your work, your health, routine type of themes. Mercury also rules your 3rd house of communication, exchanging information. So definitely pay attention to communication, technology, transportation. If there's any delays that could affect your routines, could affect your work or your health, definitely work out those kinks or do your due diligence to avoid any issues with that. If you're working on something and you really can't afford the time to deal with that, that's something that I would pay attention to for some of you. But Mercury stationing retrograde, think back in the past couple weeks. What's really shifted around your routines, your work, your health, maybe situations personally with siblings or extended family, or anything professionally with communication fields, technology, transportation, if you work in those fields. That could be sort of up for reviewing and revising. But this Mercury is in detriment. And that means, Mercury can be prone to overworking, overexerting itself. So some of you might really be reviewing and revising, but sort of you might feel that amplification of energy. You might feel that desire to sort of overexert or overwork yourself with those Mercury ruled areas regarding work, health, routines, as well as communication, exchanging information, whether it's personal or professional. It's also in that 9th house. So some of you might be reviewing and revising those themes or what's happened in the past couple weeks and how you can maybe implement or communicate something involving your growth and potential. How is reviewing and revising what's happened in the past couple weeks regarding those themes, and how can that better serve your growth and potential moving forward for some of you? Again, take what resonates, leave the rest. It's not conclusive. So with Mercury retrograde, it is going to, let's see, I'm going to bump this up to November 12th. So November 9th, it stations retrograde. And then on November 12th, close enough, this Mercury retrograde is going to join Mars at 6 degrees in your Aquarius 9th house. Now, I want you to think back to towards the end of October when Mercury and Mars, Mercury was direct in shadow, building those contextual clues, joined Mars in this Scorpio 8th house towards the end of October. So what came up towards the end of October around a plan of action, desire, motivation, communication, conversation that could have involved financial themes, transformational choices, transformational work, a partner's resources if applicable. That now might be under review or revise, but coming back to a conjunction with Mars once again. This Mercury-Mars conjunction in October and November is really interesting with the Mercury retrograde cycle, because it's sort of like what was being communicated around a plan of action, what was going on, what were desires, motivations, that now are under review or being revised or delayed, that now maybe you're having a very different conversation now that they're joined in Sagittarius instead of Scorpio. So it looks like this is just another milestone in that journey for many of us. So definitely pay attention to what's changed with the conversation, what's changed with communication, what's changed with the plan of action. Now, maybe some of you are getting a different perspective or angle on it. So moving to November 20th, we have a very interesting new moon in Scorpio. Just need to get this exact here with the hours, because if you're watching, want to get it as close as possible. Okay. Close enough to give you the visual. So this new moon, 28 degrees in Scorpio in your 8th house. So new moon in your Scorpio 8th house. Let's start with the general layer. New beginning, new opportunity, new plan, new budgets around long-term financial goals, investments, partners' resources if applicable, or new beginnings, new chapters, new opportunities around transformational work. Okay, but Mercury is retrograde and mixing in with this new moon. So whatever some of you might be wanting to initiate around finances, resources, transformational work, it could have something to do with this reviewing and revising of Mercury ruled areas. So Mercury rules your Virgo 6th house of daily work and or health routines. So some of you might be wanting to set a new transformational chapter around your health and wellness, or a new transformational chapter around your work, relationships with colleagues, coworkers. And some of you might also be, with Mercury ruling this Gemini 3rd house, some of you might be stepping into a new chapter or wanting to initiate something new regarding communication fields, travel, exchanging information, relationships with siblings, extended family, that could be playing into this new chapter. So this new moon is very interesting because it's involved with this revisionary period. And for you, Aries risings, around your communication, whether it's personal or professional, your daily environment, your health, or your work. And so again, take what resonates, leave the rest. But how can you set new intentions or plant new seeds or create a new chapter around any of those themes as you're really reviewing and revising, but even potentially perfecting it? Now, moving on to November 27th, November 28th, it's really on the cusp of the time zone that I'm in when Saturn stations direct. So Saturn is going to station direct. I'm just going to say, it's around midnight where I am. So depending on where you are, again, the time zone that I'm looking at is over here if you're watching Eastern Standard Time, if you're just listening. And Saturn stations direct on November 27th, the time zone that I'm in, but most likely for a lot of you, the 28th. Regardless, Saturn stations direct at 25 degrees in your Pisces 12th house of behind the scenes, subconscious thought patterns. And this is really nothing new. Saturn's been here for quite a bit, but this is interesting because for a lot of November, Saturn will actually be in a trine with Jupiter, with an orb to a trine with Jupiter in your Cancer 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. This is, I want to emphasize this because yes, Saturn is stationing direct and going over this final territory in your Pisces 12th house, where it's going to finally move into your Aries 1st house for good, make its final ingress in there in early 2026. But this Saturn transit through Pisces the past couple of years has been a little crunchy. It's been quite challenging for a lot of us. And for you in the 12th house, where it's sort of mental, subconscious thought patterns, your dreams, your need for solitude, behind the scenes kind of stuff in your life. And with it stationing direct, forming a trine with an exalted Jupiter in your Cancer 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, I think this could create a lot of constructive flow between the foundation that you really need, that nourishes you, that supports you, but it can also create constructive effects to sort of your mental thought patterns. So I think towards the end of November, there could be opportunities to create constructive thought patterns that feel better for you, but it can create flow to relationships with family, the foundation that really supports you, the home and family environment that can really create expansive, nourishing effects to you. Or it could be sort of stepping into more time with family that really nourishes you, that feels good for you, and being in a foundational environment that feels good for you. Again, home, family, property, real estate themes that feel expansive and good, that could be creating really constructive, better thought patterns behind the scenes for some of you. So I also want to point out that the last time Saturn was at 25 degrees in your Pisces 12th house, this was back, and if you're watching, I want to show you the difference between April of 2025 versus now. Because I think when some people go back, you might be thinking, oh, like I'm going to be going back to April of 2025. Not necessarily. I want to show you the difference, the visual difference of when Saturn was last at 25 degrees direct in your Pisces 12th house. Look at this. You have Venus retrograde, Mercury retrograde. Jupiter was in its place of detriment. Now, in November, it's in its place of exaltation, and it's not in a square configuration. It's in a trine. So there's more flow. There's less friction, less stress. So the last time the conditions were very different when Saturn was at 25 degrees of Pisces. So now, if I move this forward, get it back to the day, this is in my opinion, this is a much more constructive, more ease, more opportunities for flow, but regarding your mental health, your subconscious thought patterns, anything that you're working on behind the scenes, especially with Saturn ruling your 10th house of career and public recognition. So for some of you, this could create more mental ease between, your career, your business, and also spending time with family or, your foundation, your home environment. So I think the conditions are a lot better. Mercury is still retrograde at this point, has retrograded back into this Scorpio 8th house, still reviewing and revising some things, but I think there's some constructive efforts and far better conditions for Saturn at 25 degrees in Pisces compared to April of 2025. Now, closing out the month on November 29th, the following day, Mercury stations direct in that Scorpio 8th house, where as we move into December, there can definitely be more forward movement around maybe the work situation, the routines, the health situation, or for some of you, the communication, transportation, or technology, whether it's personal or professional, especially if you work in those fields. And there can definitely be forward movement around that. But what I want to point out as we move into December is that as this Mercury starts to move forward, it's actually going to form a grand trine with Jupiter and Saturn. So again, I think as this Mercury stations direct, maybe the retrograde at this point has been a little bit a little bit challenging, or there's been delays, or there's been a lot of revisionary stuff going on for some Aries risings. I like how this Mercury station's direct and it forms this grand trine with Saturn and Jupiter. I feel like that is very constructive forward movement with the opportunity for a lot of flow as we move into December. So I think this is where things are going to start to really pick up. Especially when we get into December, Mars is going to move into its place of exaltation in Cancer. So lots of action, lots of forward movement, and a lot of energy as we move into December. So November is a good time, I think, to really step into that revisionary period. What's really going to set you up for success, to move into December, where there's going to be, I think, a lot of action, even expansion, with Jupiter being in exaltation, Mars being in exaltation, Mercury direct, Saturn direct. So there's a lot of movement, I think, as we move into December. So November is a good time to kind of pause, take a step back, get really clear, perfect things so that you can step into, or hopefully step into, that forward movement in the best way possible. Hello, Taurus risings. I'm going to kick off the month on November 4th when Mars enters your Sagittarius 8th house of transformational work, transformational decisions, or this is likely going to be financial. So think about those long-term financial themes or management, investments, assets, debt, loans, mortgages, student loans, partners' resources, if applicable. So when Mars enters this Sagittarius, 8th house, this could kick up some desire or motivation or action around transformational work, or focusing on those long-term financial goals or financial management. As Mars enters your Sagittarius 8th house, it's going to immediately oppose Uranus in your Gemini 2nd house. Now, the 2nd house is your other financial house. It's more your earned income, but also your self-worth. So this could really bring oppositional energy, which can definitely feel like some of you are torn in two different worlds, needing to be in two different places. Maybe some of you are heavily focused on finances, but looking at maybe what you're bringing in versus what you're investing or paying off debt, or what you're bringing in versus what a partner's bringing in. And it can feel sort of, I don't want to say overwhelming, but the opposition, it can feel very sort of, it's going to require balance. There could be a need for balance to sort of really sit down and say, okay, how can we focus on what is coming in financially, and then taking another separate set of time to focus on how you can sort of pay off debt or maybe invest in that. If it's transformational work or transformational decisions that come up with this opposition, there could definitely be transformational work or transformational decisions that need to be balanced with your self-worth, your value. So make sure if it's those situations, definitely paying attention to how you can anchor yourselves into your self-worth, your value, your innate gifts, your innate talents, and how that can be balanced with those transformational decisions, how that can be integrated within those transformational decisions or transformational work for the best results or the best plan of action. We're talking about Mars here. So plan of action, motivation, desires. So again, generally speaking, really moving into November, trying to find that balance with what might be coming up financially or with what might be coming up with self-worth opportunities or transformational work opportunities. Now before I move forward, I think it's important to note that this Mars-Uranus opposition, it's part of a larger cycle, because when Mars was originally conjunct Uranus and then decided to travel up, square, opposition, and then it will do its closing square and then join again to create a new cycle. This opposition could be tied to July of 2024. So back in July of 2024, that's when Mars was conjunct Uranus, creating that new chapter. So some of you might actually be able to think back to July of 2024, what was going on, what were some themes. Some of you might be able to look in your calendar on your phone, reminders, schedules, appointments, what was going on around that time. That actually could be playing into what's coming up now in November. And now with the opposition, it could require new perspectives, new angles, need for balance with what has been playing out since July of 2024 for some of you. If that doesn't resonate, again, take what resonates, leave the rest. But I like to point out certain cycles because it might really be playing into a larger story for some of you. Now moving on to November 7th, I want to get this, if you're watching, more exact. November 7th is when Uranus is going to retrograde back into your Taurus first house of the self, the physical body, your identity, you taking independent action. So really the first house of the self. And this is nothing new. You've had quite a few years dealing with Uranus going through your first house. So this is really the last leg of the journey for Uranus here, roughly through, I believe, April of 2026. So towards the end of April, I'm going to say April 25th, 2026. That's when Uranus is going to officially leave, make its final ingress into your Gemini second house. But for the remainder of 2025 into the first couple months of 2026, Uranus is there to say, hey, is there any last minute innovation, change you want to make to how you show up in the world, how other people view you? Do you want to make any innovation and change to how you feel in your physical body, how you take independent action, and how for some of you that might impact or create change to how you approach your career, how you approach home and family, how you balance that with your connections with others or personal and professional partnerships. So again, nothing new. I look at this as like the last leg of the journey to say, hey, is there any last minute innovation and change you want to make that could consequently create action to the other angles of your chart, like your career, what brings you fulfillment, home, family, foundational stuff, and balancing and integrating that within your personal and professional partnerships or connections with others. Now, I want to start talking about the Mercury retrograde situation. This Mercury retrograde, I've got my eye on it because it's just there's something about it. There's something about this one that jumps out at me. So if you're watching, you'll see Mercury here in your Sagittarius 8th house of transformational work or those long-term financial themes, resources, etc. And red means retrograde. So November 9th, Mercury is going to station retrograde in that Sagittarius 8th house, where generally speaking, this could start that revisionary period or perfecting period around the financial themes or transformational work, or maybe both for some of you. Especially because Mercury, like I mentioned before, rules this Gemini second house of earned income and self-worth. So this has fairly strong financial themes, I think, for some of you. Again, it's not conclusive. This isn't your natal chart. And this Mercury also rules your Virgo 5th house. So some of you might be reviewing and revising financial themes, but this could also be an opportunity to review and revise financial themes or transformational work that's going to help you step into those 5th house themes of joy, your heart's desire, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. So this Mercury retrograde is very interesting because Mercury entered shadow around the Libra new moon on October 21st. So what's been going on the past couple weeks? What are those contextual clues that now you might be gearing up to maybe gain different perspectives, different angles, maybe perfecting it, slowing down a little bit, reviewing and revising it? That this Mercury moving to November 12th. So that Mercury is going to station retrograde on November 9th. And then on November 12th, it's going to join Mars once again. So I want you to think back to around that October 21st period, so last month, around that new moon, because Mercury and Mars, Mercury was direct in shadow back towards the end of October, and it joined Mars, but in your Scorpio 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So now it's retrograde. It started that revisionary period, but it's joined Mars again, but in your Sagittarius 8th house of transformational work or those long-term financial goals or resources, including a partner's resources. So this could be, for some of you, tied to what was definitely playing out with personal or professional partnerships, including marriage, if that's applicable to you, that now maybe you're reviewing and revising and having conversations around it and sort of shifting perspectives or angles around that plan of action that maybe some of you were really thinking about or wanting to jump into towards the end of October. So these two joining again, but in your Sagittarius 8th house, with Mercury being retrograde, is very interesting. I feel like October, November is blending what maybe unfolded in October regarding what you really desire with your connections with others, the type of personal or professional partnerships you want to magnetize that could help you with this plan of action, your core motivations, your core desires, or plan of action, desire, motivation within your current personal and or professional partnerships, including marriage. That now is sort of progressed into those 8th house themes of the transformational work that might be required for that plan of action, or transformational decisions that might be required for that plan of action, or the revisionary period, communication around those plan of actions regarding the financial themes or resources that could be playing into this plan of action, or desires or motivations for some of you around this time. So definitely pay attention to the 7th house partnership themes and the progression into that 8th house of finances, where we merge, where we create mutual empowerment, transformation, where Mercury is joining that Mars again and saying, okay, now based off of where we're at or what is going on, what we're reviewing and revising, how might this be changing that plan of action? What new angles are we getting with this? So moving to November 20th, when we have this new moon, need to get this lined up a lot better so you can see, if you're watching, the visual of it is very interesting. Close enough. So we have this new moon at 28 degrees in your Scorpio 7th house of personal and professional partnership, including marriage. So generally speaking, a very superficial general layer. New moon, new opportunities, new beginnings, planting new seeds in the area of partnership. This could be within your current personal or professional partnerships, or some of you might be setting new intentions or new chapters around the personal or professional partnerships you want to magnetize, you want to attract. That if you're watching, look at that Mercury retrograde is right in the midst of this new moon. So again, this Mercury retrograde is really blending those 7th and 8th house themes, where this Mercury retrograde is still reviewing, it's still revising. Again, for Taurus risings, Mercury ruled areas could definitely be on the table here, where Mercury rules your Gemini second house of earned income and self-worth. It also rules your Virgo fifth house, the place of joy, your heart's desire. And so the fifth house also rules children. So if you have children, those themes could definitely be a situation or be integrated within this revisionary period. However, this Mercury retrograde in the midst of this new moon, what have you been reviewing and revising financially, with self-worth? What really brings you joy? Maybe it's your creativity, your self-expression, children themes, that is now providing some of you this opportunity to say, okay, based off of what we've been reviewing and revising regarding those themes, how do we want to plant new seeds and initiate this new chapter involving the area of partnership? Again, maybe for some of you, this is the type of partnerships I need to magnetize now that I've been reviewing and revising and perfecting. And for some of you, it could be initiating that new chapter or planting new seeds around financial themes, self-worth, what's going to bring you joy within your current personal or professional partnerships. Getting to November 27th, 28th. So in my time zone, I'm Eastern Standard Time. It's really on the cusp. So that's why I say 27th, 28th, because I think it's around midnight. Yeah. So a lot of you, it's going to be the 28th. So again, adjust it according to your time zone, according to Eastern Standard Time. But regardless, 28th, I think a lot of us are going to feel the Saturn stationing direct. Saturn is going to be stationing direct at 25 degrees in your Pisces 11th house of friends, groups, communities. So your social network, as well as your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations. Again, Saturn has been in this area for a few years now. It's nothing new. This is really the last leg of Saturn's journey in your Pisces 11th house. But for a lot of November, within orb, it's not going to be exact, but it's going to be close enough. Saturn stationing direct, it's going to be within orb to this trine to Jupiter in your Cancer third house of communication, exchanging information. That could be personal or professional. So it could be professional through communication fields, technology, transportation, or personal through communication, technology, transportation, siblings, extended family. Again, people, places, and things within your everyday immediate environment, with Jupiter expanding that Cancer third house. But for a lot of November, this Saturn is going to be in orb to this trine with Jupiter. And I think that is far more constructive. So what I want to show you, if you're watching, or talk about if you're listening, the contrast between Saturn at 25 degrees now in November of 2025 versus Saturn when Saturn was last at 25 degrees in your Pisces 11th house back in April of 2025. Very different scenarios. So Saturn back in April of 2025, very different situation. And we had, let me get this, there we go. So Saturn at 25 degrees of Pisces, we had Venus retrograde, Mercury retrograde. We had Jupiter in its place of detriment, also very loosely, but still within sign, square to Saturn. So far more stressful, more tense. And now, going back to November of 2025, With Saturn at 25 degrees, stationing direct in that Pisces 11th house of social network and long-term goals, we have Mercury still retrograde, but actually the next day on the 29th, Mercury is stationing direct, Venus direct, Mars direct. And we have, instead of Jupiter in its place of detriment here, Jupiter is in its place of exaltation in that Cancer third house, trine Saturn. So very different situation now. Sometimes when planets revisit the degree that it originally went over, it can bring back similar themes. But I think this time I am far more hopeful that the conditions this time are a lot better and a lot more constructive for a lot of us compared to April of 2025, where Saturn was at that 25 degree mark. So again, Saturn stationing direct, this could definitely move things forward in terms of the longevity and commitment to particular individuals, maybe certain friends, groups, and communities that support those Saturn-ruled areas, which is your Aquarius 10th house of career, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment, as well as your Saturn ruled I am like jibber jabber today. The other Saturn ruled area, which is Capricorn, your 9th house, so growth and potential. So I think this could be, especially with the trine to Jupiter, a bit more constructive around the friends, the groups, the communities, and the goals that can create flow and expansion to those people, places, and things within your immediate environment, but also far more constructive, or hopefully more constructive, to the growth and potential career, business, public recognition themes, or what brings you fulfillment. Now getting to the following day on November 29th, we have Mercury stationing direct in that Scorpio 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So generally speaking, Mercury stationing direct, moving things forward after there's been this revisionary period that could have involved delays or things slowing down or new perspectives or time for perfecting a certain something. And what I want to point out most about this Mercury stationing direct is it has additional situations. There's additional situations going on that I think are going to amplify the flow and the forward movement. So Mercury stations direct in that Scorpio 7th house. As we move into December, this Mercury is going to start to apply to a grand trine with Saturn in that Pisces 11th house of social network and long-term goals, and Jupiter in that Cancer 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, short distance travel. So the grand trine can create a lot of flow. And this is a now direct Mercury. So if you've been going through November where there's been delays, there's been a lot of reviewing, revising, trying to work something out, I think I'm hopeful about moving into December for a lot of us. Again, it's not conclusive, that with this Mercury not only stationing direct and pushing those plans forward, the application or formation of that grand trine moving into December with Saturn in the 11th house of long-term goals and social network, and Jupiter in that Cancer 3rd house of communication and exchanging information, it can create a lot of flow to those areas and forward movement to, maybe for many of us, to a November that maybe felt a little slower or a little bit, taking on new angles and new perspectives that maybe needed to be integrated. So I think moving into December, a lot of us can feel that forward movement, especially as we move into December. This Mars is going to move into its place of exaltation. Jupiter is also in its place of exaltation. So I think there can be a lot of action, a lot of energy with that Mars moving into its place of exaltation. And Jupiter in its place of exaltation also helping sort of create some expansion to that as well. So November, I think, is a great month to slow down if you can. See where you can set yourselves up for success as you start to close out this year and move into 2026. So definitely good time to slow down, perfect, review, revise, see what you really want to kick forward and move forward as we go into December, because I think December is going to be a very different energy compared to November. Hello, Gemini Risings. So I'm kicking off the month on November 4th when Mars enters your Sagittarius 7th house of personal and or professional partnerships, including marriage, if that is applicable to you. So Mars entering your Sagittarius 7th house. This could kick up some energy in the area of your connections with others. Again, it could be personal or professional. And this Mars, when it enters your Sagittarius 7th house, is going to immediately start to oppose Uranus in your Gemini 1st house of the self, the physical body, how you take independent action. Now, a Mars-Uranus opposition can definitely be a very stimulating. Both of these planets can be quite stimulating on their own. And then when they're in conversation with each other, like this opposition, it could definitely kick up a lot of energy between you versus the others in your lives. So definitely pay attention to how you can balance the innovation and change. Some of you are reviewing and revising around your physical body, your appearance, how you want to show up in the world, how you want to take independent action, versus the core desires and motivations that you really need from your personal or professional partnerships, or the partnerships you want to attract that are in alignment to those desires, motivation, and plan of action, particularly around your work, your health, and your long-term goals with partnerships. So some of you might really be trying to balance the plan of action, the motivation, the desires within your current personal or professional partnerships, or attracting the partnerships that are in alignment to those motivations and desires. But also with Mars ruling your Aries 11th house, as well as your Scorpio 6th house, also in alignment to the work that you do, the lifestyle that you live, and the long-term goals you want to achieve. So this could definitely kick up some action or some energy within your current partnerships or the partnerships you really want to attract. Now, this Mars-Uranus opposition here along your 1st and 7th house axis could be tied to something that really came up in July of 2024. So July of 2024 was when Mars was conjunct that Uranus. So it initiated something, it merged with it, and then it continued on and, sextile, squared, trined, and now it's in an opposition. So this could be part of a larger story that's playing out that really got initiated back in July of 2024 between you versus another, or you versus the personal or professional partnerships you want to attract, or things playing out within those partnerships. Either way, a lot of you might be able to think back to July of 2024, where this opposition is now an invitation to gain a different perspective, see where you can integrate more balance between certain aspects of that story or that situation. Again, if it resonates, take it. If it doesn't, leave it. Moving on to November 7th, we have Uranus retrograding back into your Taurus 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, your mental thought patterns, behind the scenes work, solitude, dreams. This is nothing new. Uranus, you've done the majority of the legwork with Uranus in your Taurus 12th house. This is really Uranus's last leg of the journey in your Taurus 12th house, really through about April of 2026. So about April 25th, 2026, that's when Uranus is going to make its final ingress into your Gemini first house of self and not return to your Taurus 12th house for, I don't know, maybe another 80 to 85 years, depending on the retrograde cycles off the top of my head. So a long time. This is really the last leg of the journey to, it's really, I think, just more of an invitation to say, hey, are there any last minute innovation changes that you want to make to your subconscious thought patterns, to your dreams, to anything that you've been really working on behind the scenes? And that's pretty much, generally speaking, what I think about that. I mean, if you have any natal placements at the last couple degrees of Taurus, you definitely want to pay attention to this Uranus transit. But however, again, this isn't conclusive. Generally speaking, this is really just the last leg of the journey through April of 2026 to say, hey, is there any last minute changes you want to make to your mental thought patterns, your subconscious thought patterns, where you maybe limit yourselves, you self-sabotage yourselves, dreams, solitude, need for time alone, or anything that you've been working on behind the scenes? Now I want to get into the Mercury retrograde, which this Mercury retrograde looks very interesting to me. It's just really, really jumping out at me for a lot of reasons. Let me get this. There we go. So if you're watching, Mercury at 6 degrees in your Sagittarius 7th house will go retrograde on November 9th. So November 9th, Mercury stations retrograde at 6 degrees in your Sagittarius 7th house of partnership. And this really, generally speaking, is the initial reviewing, revising, perfecting journey over the next couple weeks regarding what really came up in the past couple weeks. So I want to point out that new moon in Libra on October 21st, that Mercury was in shadow. So think back to towards the end of October, maybe even the first couple days into November. What was really going on? Were there contextual clues? This one is very important, I think, for Gemini risings, because this Mercury rules your first house of the self, the physical body. And it also rules your Virgo 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you might be reviewing and revising a home, family situation, property, real estate, relocation, renovation within your current partnership, or reviewing and revising what really serves you, what really supports you and your ability to move through the world the way you feel is best, as well as reviewing and revising the foundation of your life that really supports your connections with others, including your personal and professional partnerships. So I think for Gemini rising specifically, this Mercury retrograde is very interesting because of what Mercury rules in your chart and where it is. It's in an angular house. So for a lot of you, depending on your natal placements, it has the ability to create action and change with squares to home and family, to career, and balance that with what are your needs. This Mercury is also in detriment. So it's overexerting itself. It's prone to overworking. So this could just be a time where you're really reviewing and revising in a very strong way what fully supports you, what foundation is going to set you up for success, and also support that balance between your needs versus the needs of others. So regardless, though, if some of you might be able to think back in the past couple weeks, if any of those themes resonated or came up in the past couple weeks, this could definitely create a revisionary process around that. So moving on to the new moon in Scorpio. This one's very interesting with the Mercury retrograde. I'm just going to get this lined up. So if you're watching, you can visually see the importance of this. So close enough. So this new moon in your Scorpio 6th house, it's at 28 degrees. So new moon at 28 degrees in your 6th house, new moon, new opportunity, new chapter, planting new seeds around those 6th house themes of health, wellness, work, routines, colleagues, coworkers. So this could be a great time to think about what new routines do you want to establish that you can really cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months to cultivate more health, more vitality, the work that you want to achieve, the projects, the relationships with colleagues or coworkers for some of you. But if you are watching, you'll see this Mercury retrograde is right in the midst of this new moon. And I think that that's really fascinating because whatever you're reviewing and revising regarding what is fully going to support you, as well as reviewing and revising any home, family, property, or real estate themes and its impacts to your health, your work, your routines, it could definitely be a conversation or situation where you're reviewing and revising what's going to support you and the foundation that's also going to really support all the other areas of your life, but how that can also be integrated within starting a new chapter around the routines regarding that life or what's going to support you and your health and your work. Moving on to November 27th or 28th. I'm on Eastern Standard Time, so if you're listening, you can always adjust your time zone to match what I'm looking at in Eastern Standard Time. So on November 27th, it's going to be very late in my time zone, probably around midnight, where Saturn is going to station direct. So I'm going to say 27th, very early on November 28th, Eastern Standard Time, Saturn's going to station direct. And I think a lot of us are going to feel this. And this is an interesting Saturn stationing direct. And I'm going to get into the reasons why. But Saturn stationing direct in your Pisces 10th house of career, business, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. So some of you might start to feel sort of that last leg of the journey that Saturn is about to make in this area, that last leg of that responsibility, the discipline, the hard work that many of you have been feeling within your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So generally speaking, that's that. However, what I want to point out really roughly through most of November, this Saturn will be in a non-exact trine to Jupiter in your Cancer 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So I want to point out that Saturn-Jupiter trines, even if it's not exact, it's within, 1-2 degree this month, is very constructive. So to me, Saturn stationing direct is sort of that last leg of the journey, that push of how much a lot of you Gemini risings have been really disciplined and working really hard and trying to figure out your careers and the direction you want to take. And even some of you have made major changes, especially with if your midheaven is in your Pisces 10th house. But either way, there's been a lot of effort and energy for a lot of Gemini risings that's been put into your career, your business, your public recognition, or the things that bring you fulfillment. And now Saturn's finally going to make a trine aspect to Jupiter, trying to expand your finances, your self-worth, your material possessions. And so I think this is far more constructive with Saturn at 25 degrees of Pisces compared to the last time Saturn was direct at 25 degrees of Pisces, which was in April of 2025. Very different situation. And if you're watching, I'm actually going to show you the difference, because I think some of you might be able to think back to how much you've done, how much you've worked through, whether it's internal or external, with the Saturn situation. So last time Saturn was at 25 degrees in your Pisces 10th house of career and public recognition, we had Venus retrograde, we had Mercury retrograde, we had Jupiter in its place of detriment in your first house of self, by sign, not by degree, but by sign, square. It was creating these squares to Saturn in 2024. So a lot more tense, a lot more stressful, a lot more action required. That wasn't necessarily, a place of ease. And so among many other things, the last time, Saturn was trine Mars in its place of fall in your Cancer second house back in April of 2025. So this is very different conditions and compared to now. So going back to November 27th, 28th, with this Saturn at 25 degrees direct, yes, it's in your 10th house. This is really the last leg of that effort, that discipline, that responsibility, even for some of you, of just really focusing on what brings you fulfillment, the career themes, the business, the public recognition, whatever it may be. But again, far more constructive this time. Then the following day, on November 29th, Mercury stations direct in your Scorpio 6th house of daily work and health routines. So this could definitely help push those things forward or create that direct forward movement for many of you where there's been delays, there's been reviewing and revising of all those things I've discussed thus far with that Mercury retrograde. And what I like about this Mercury stationing direct is that it's not only the implementation or the forward movement for many of us over those delays, reviewing, revising period, but as we get into December, this Mercury is going to start to move forward and apply to a trine with Saturn in your Pisces 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, and Jupiter in your Cancer second house of earned income and self-worth. So whatever's been sort of delayed, reviewing, revising, I think for a lot of Gemini risings moving into December, the grand trine that will be starting to form with Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter could really help create that natural flow and forward movement between your work, your health, your routines, your money, and your career. So I think moving into December, we're moving into a very different situation compared to November. I think November is a good time to pause, to maybe take a step back, review and revise, the home, family, property, real estate situation. What's really going to support you, Gemini rising, support your ability to feel good in your body, to, move independently through the world that feels good for you. So what's really supporting you? What's the foundation, or maybe things that you need to tweak or change, even minor ones regarding that foundation, relationships with family, property, real estate, any of those themes. And then when Mercury stations direct, I think this is where things can really move forward around the routines that can be established through what really serves you, and ultimately start building that foundation of moving things forward regarding a work or health situation, that as we move into December, things really there's more movement as we go into December, where I think things are going to create more flow between your self-worth, your health, your work, as well as your career or what brings you fulfillment. And lastly, this Mars in December is going to move into its place of exaltation And I think that is also going to help kick up a lot more energy and action as we move into December. So definitely take care of yourselves. Take the time you need to review and revise what's fully going to support you foundationally, but also physically within your body, and those routines that are ultimately going to set you up for success with your health, your work, your career, or what brings you fulfillment. Because as we get into December, things are definitely going to get going and moving along here. Hello, Cancer Risings. So I'm kicking off the month on November 4th when Mars enters your Sagittarius 6th house of daily work and or health routines. So there might be a little bit more energy and focus, especially with Mercury in its place of detriment here as well. Overexerting, overworking. So with Mars entering your Sagittarius 6th house, there could be more focus on the energy, the action, the motivation, the desire around something playing out with your work, your health, routines. And when Mars enters your Sagittarius 6th house, it is going to immediately start to oppose Uranus in your Gemini 12th house of your subconscious thought patterns, your dreams, solitude, behind the scenes situations. So this opposition for Cancer Risings, I think a lot of Cancer Risings could be moving into November feeling that tug of war between how you maybe want to innovate or work on things that are going on behind the scenes, or maybe innovate and change your need for more solitude, your need for more rest, and how that could be at odds or need to be balanced with things maybe kicking up with work or routines. Some of you, maybe it's your work is getting busier, or your routines are getting more filled, and that is creating this opposition with Uranus in your 12th house, making it maybe a little bit harder to settle down, a little harder to sleep, create more space to kind of decompress. So anytime there's an opposition between the 6th and the 12th, it could be a really good time to kind of take a step back and see where you can maybe compartmentalize your routines, your schedule, so that you can balance your mind and your body, especially with Mars and Uranus being quite stimulating planets and they're in opposition. So some of you might feel like you want to sleep and work at the same time, or you might feel like you want to work on something behind the scenes, but you got to deal with colleagues or coworkers. So you could feel this tug of war in a variety of ways, but definitely pay attention to your sleep, pay attention to your health, pay attention to your routines where you can, even if it's a few minutes a day, to kind of schedule time to just check in with yourselves, check in with your mental thought patterns, and sort of how you can find ways, even in small ways, to balance your mind and your body moving into November. This Mars opposition, not for everyone, but if I see it, I think it's important to point out, because if it does resonate, it could be very important. This Mars-Uranus opposition is connected to July of 2024. So some of you might actually be able to think back to July of 2024. What was really coming up? What was getting kicked up around that time? You might see similar themes come up to July of 2024, but in an entirely different way, where you're being asked to maybe balance or take new angles and perspectives on what could be playing out. The reason why I say that is because in July of 2024, Mars joined Uranus. It merged with Uranus and started a new cycle, a new story, a new chapter. And Mars has traveled, done the sextile, the trine, the square, the whole bit through that journey, that story, and is now creating an opposition saying, hey, how can we balance this? So again, if that resonates, take it, sit with it. If it doesn't, leave it. No big deal. Moving on to November 7th, when Uranus retrogrades back into your Taurus 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So Uranus is going to retrograde back into this area involving your social network, whether it's personal or professional. as well as your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations. This is nothing new. You've been dealing with Uranus going through your Taurus 11th house for many years now. However, this is Uranus's last leg of the journey. This is Uranus wrapping up the journey through this Taurus 11th house, where maybe there's been a lot of rapid highs and lows, rapid changes and innovation to your groups, your communities, your friendships, and your long-term goals over the past years. And Uranus is just doing its last little leg of the journey here, saying, hey, is there any last minute innovation, change that you want to make to the people you surround yourselves with, your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations, so that when Uranus makes its final ingress out of this Taurus 11th house in April of 2026, it's not going to return back to your Taurus 11th house for, I don't know, roughly off the top of my head, maybe 80 to 85 years. So a long time before Uranus comes back to this Taurus 11th house. And so it's really just a last minute invitation, I think, generally speaking. Again, it depends on your natal chart. If you have planets at the last couple degrees of Taurus, this could definitely rapidly change that story. But generally speaking, this is the last leg of the journey to wrap up anything regarding friends, groups, communities, long-term goals that for some of you could be professionally related. Now I want to get into the Mercury retrograde situation, because this Mercury retrograde, I have my eye on it. It is very interesting. It is technically the 9th. So on November 9th, Mercury is going to station retrograde in that Sagittarius 6th house of daily work and health routines. So generally speaking, very outer layer looking at this, reviewing, revising your routines, your work, your health, that could also influence or have you thinking about those other Mercury ruled areas of your chart, which are your Virgo 3rd house of communication, exchanging information. Now, for some of you, if this could be professional. So if you work in communication fields, technology, transportation, this could be professional. It could be personal through siblings, extended family, those people in your daily environment that you could be reviewing and revising something with. So again, take what resonates, leave the rest. But some of you could really be reviewing and revising your communication, exchanging information, whether that's personal or professional. The other Mercury ruled area is your Gemini 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, your dreams, solitude, behind the scenes. So again, some of you could really be reviewing and revising your routines and how to implement maybe a more helpful or successful routine that implements the work that you want to do, the work that you need to do, but also time to sleep, to rest, to recharge, and balance your health, as well as reviewing and revising any communication, technology, transportation, short distance travel, things playing out with siblings, extended family that could also impact your routines, your work, or your health around this time. So definitely this could be a very strong Mercury retrograde, especially with it being in detriment, really overexerting itself and reviewing and revising and trying to perfect the routines that ultimately set you up for success, where you can balance your mind, your body, and your immediate environment. Now, what's additionally interesting about this Mercury retrograde is that this Mercury retrograde on November 12th is going to join Mars in that Sagittarius 6th house of daily work and health routines. Why I think this is very peculiar is that back in October, towards the end of October, Mercury was direct and joined Mars in your Scorpio 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. So there could have been initial communication or conversations or a plan of action, motivation, desire around children, if applicable, romantic situations, creativity, self-expression, what brings you joy. That now, that Mercury station's retrograde, reviewing and revising situations or slowing things down or delaying it, and is joining Mars again, but in your Sagittarius 6th house of daily work and or health routines. So this is interesting. It's sort of like where Mercury and Mars originally joined in that 5th house of joy, they're now joining again in that 6th house. So maybe for some of you, this could be reviewing and revising those Mercury ruled areas, like I mentioned, but how they impact your work, your health, your routines, so that you can somehow figure out or integrate what some of you were working on in October around what brings you joy or those 5th house themes. So it's almost as if this Mercury retrograde is integrating the progression of this 5th house into the 6th house. How can you integrate more joy, more of your heart's desire, maybe more time with your children, more time for romance, creative projects, self-expression in those routines that can somehow support your health, your mental health, and even your work, especially if you work in any of those fields. So there's this interesting connection with this Mercury retrograde, integrating the progression of the 5th house into the 6th house. And I think for a lot of Cancer risings, what routines are really going to set you up for success, where you can bridge the gap between the 5th house of joy and the 6th house of work and routines and health. Then on November 20th, we have a new moon in Scorpio. I'm going to get this lined up a lot better so you can visually see if you're watching. This new moon in Scorpio is at 28 degrees in your Scorpio 5th house of joy. Again, could be creativity, self-expression, romance, children, if applicable. And this new moon, generally speaking, is a new opportunity, a new beginning, a new chapter around your heart's desire. What brings you joy? Time with your children, family planning, romantic situations, your creative projects or self-expression. And what I like about this in particular for Cancer risings is that this new moon is within a couple degrees of a trine with Jupiter in your 1st house of the self. And so I think this for Cancer risings, specifically for Cancer risings, could be whatever new chapter or planting new seeds. This could be laying the groundwork to cultivate something over the next 5 or 6 months that could be really supportive to your physical body, how you want to show up in the world, what really brings you joy. But you'll notice if you're watching, this Mercury retrograde will be merging with this new moon in your Scorpio 5th house. So you're still reviewing and revising what you're thinking about, those dreams, your mental thought patterns, your mental visions. Again, things maybe some of you haven't quite communicated or advertised to the world yet. That could be playing into this new beginning or new chapter around creative projects, self-expression, children, a romantic situation, or just anything that brings you joy. This Mercury retrograde could also be integrating the revisionary process around your immediate environment, people, places, and things within your immediate environment, communication, technology, themes, whether it's professional or personal, that could be playing into initiating a new chapter around your creativity, your self-expression. So what is that immediate environment? Or if you work in communication, transportation, technology fields, this could definitely be helping you step into maybe a new chapter creatively, a new chapter around integrating more joy as you're reviewing and revising how to implement that, how to integrate that. For some of you, this could be more family related with Mercury ruling that third house. So siblings, extended family, reviewing and revising those relationships. What aspects of your immediate environment are under revision that maybe are playing into those routines that we discussed, but also helping you integrate more joy into those routines. So there's a lot on the table here for Cancer risings, but at some point with this Mercury retrograde cycle and the new moon, it's going to be forming a trine to that first house of self. So for some of you, this could be very helpful in creating more flow to expanding yourself, taking independent action the way that feels most expansive and good for you. So I would definitely pay attention to any new chapter, planting new seeds that bring you joy, and maybe asking yourselves, some of you, how that can support the expansion and abundance in your lives with the trine to Jupiter in that first house. Again, couple degrees trine with an orb. So very interesting Mercury retrograde cycle here. That next thing I want to move towards is Saturn stationing direct, because this also is in the midst of this Mercury retrograde. So Saturn's going to station direct. Again, I'm Eastern Standard Time zone. So it's going to station direct late on November 27th, but for a lot of you listening, it could be November 28th. Either way, Saturn stations direct in that Pisces ninth house of growth and potential. So, Saturn's been here for a couple years. This is nothing new. But I think Saturn stationing direct in your Pisces ninth house, this is going to help push that forward movement around how much discipline, responsibility, work, commitment a lot of you Cancer risings have been putting into your growth and potential for the past couple years. And Saturn at 25 degrees or stationing direct at 25 degrees, the last time Saturn was at 25 degrees in your Pisces ninth house was back in April of 2025. And that was very different planetary conditions around that time. So I'm going to go back to April in a moment just to show you the contrast so that some of you can see or take a moment to just see how much you've gone through, how much you've gone through internally or externally for some of you, and just appreciate the growth, whether it's been challenging or it's felt really hard, again, whether it's internal or external. But Saturn stationing direct at 25 degrees of Pisces, generally speaking, this is the last leg of the journey for Saturn going through your Pisces ninth house, which could include higher knowledge, continuing education, as well as spirituality, travel plans. For some of you, it could involve publishing, teaching, especially if your midheaven is in Pisces and you know that. This could be a time of really cultivating really strong career and public recognition themes for some of you. Again, if your midheaven is the last 10 degrees of Pisces, you might feel this. And so this Saturn stationing direct, I also want to point out that roughly throughout the whole month of November, it's not going to be an exact trine with Jupiter here in your Cancer first house, but it's going to be close enough. It's going to be within a degree or two in November. And so this is also far more constructive compared to previous years. In the past couple years, Saturn was not only in your Pisces ninth house of growth and potential, really building, creating discipline and, trial and error and challenges and a lot of hard work for some of you in those areas that could be career related. But now Saturn is no longer forming squares to Jupiter as well in the previous years. It's now forming a trine to Jupiter in its place of exaltation, where Jupiter rules this Pisces ninth house. So I think this is far more constructive and helpful in terms of creating flow around the growth and potential you really want to step into the remainder of 2025 into the beginning of 2026, as Saturn is finishing up the last leg of the journey here and not returning to your Pisces ninth house for roughly another 30 years once it ingresses into Aries, I believe in February of 2026. So again, this is the last leg of the journey and it's technically forming a trine with Jupiter. So a lot more constructive with the work that a lot of you have put into this growth and potential themes. Again, it could be continuing education, spirituality, travel, publishing, teaching, really any of those growth and potential themes that really specifically resonate with you, or even ones that I haven't listed that specifically are important growth and potential themes to you. That could be helping you constructively expand yourselves in the world, or expand, how you want to feel in your body, creating more abundance. And comparing it to April of 2025, I just want to show you, because sometimes we forget. Things move forward and we just forget the contrast, how the visual contrast. I mean, April of 2025, we had Saturn at 25 degrees like it is now in November of 2025, but we had Venus retrograde, we had Mercury retrograde, we had Jupiter in its place of detriment in your 12th house of behind the scenes, subconscious thought patterns, not forming a square by degree, but close enough. It was forming squares on and off in 2024 with Saturn, creating quite a stressful, tense situation for a lot of us. And then we had Saturn trine Mars in its place of fall in your first house of the self and the physical body, compared to November, this month of 2025, where Jupiter is in its place of exaltation here, trine Saturn. So very different conditions compared to April of 2025. I think they're a lot more constructive, a lot better feeling for a lot of us. Again, it's not conclusive. It depends on your natal placements. But I like what I see in November with Saturn much more compared to April of 2025, which was very challenging for a lot of us. And additionally, as Saturn stations direct, the following day on November 29th, Mercury stations direct at 20 degrees in your Scorpio fifth house of joy. So Mercury stationing direct in that Scorpio fifth house of joy, creativity, self-expression, romance, children, if applicable. This could definitely help push forward those plans, create more direct forward movement around what you've been reviewing, revising. Again, for some of you, sort of bridging the gap or bridging that progression between the fifth and the sixth. How can you implement more joy, more creativity, more self-expression into your routines? Some of you, this might involve your children in your routines. But either way, bridging that gap, creating that forward movement around how to maybe figure out how can I create more joy or integrate more joy within my work, relationships with colleagues, coworkers, routines, to kind of bridge that gap. But with Mercury stationing direct, again, creating forward movement around any of that, or really anything that you've been specifically reviewing and revising in the past couple of weeks or has just been delayed, now has forward movement. But I also want to point out that as we move into December, we have a very different situation taking place. So Mercury stations direct, as we move into December, this Mercury is going to start to apply to form a grand trine with Jupiter in your first house of self and Saturn in that Pisces ninth house of growth and potential. So grand trines can create a lot of flow, a lot of natural ease and flow. And so this is not only Mercury stationing direct, but I think the conditions, generally speaking, moving into December are creating a lot more flow than usual with the grand trine forming between Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter, as well as Mars in December moving into its place of exaltation, which can definitely kick up a lot more energy with action, desire, and motivation. In addition to Jupiter being in its place of exaltation. So the planet of action and the planet of expansion will both be in its place of exaltation, very well dignified, good amount of strength and resources there, in addition to Mercury helping form this grand trine with Saturn and Jupiter, creating a lot more flow and hopefully a lot more ease going into December. And so November, I think, is a great time to slow down, pause, see what needs to be reviewed, revised, and perfected to set yourselves up for success, particularly for you, Cancers, around, what's going to support you behind the scenes, what's going to support you mentally, as well as in your everyday immediate environment. And the routines that are going to set yourselves up for success regarding a health situation or a work situation, and how incorporating more joy can kind of bridge the gap or create more ease and flow within that. So November is a great time to kind of pause and think about what is working, what's not working, what needs to be changed, and really setting yourselves up for success to balance that mind, the body connection. And as we move into December, where things are going to really, I think, start to move and kick up, especially with Mars and Jupiter both in their place of exaltation, I think November is a great time to kind of slow down and see what is working, what's not working, so that when you step into December, you can really ride that wave of energy and action. Hello, Leo Risings. I'm kicking off the month on November 4th when Mars enters your Sagittarius 5th house of joy. So this can include themes of creativity, self-expression, romance, children. Really, what is your heart's desire? What brings you joy at this juncture in your lives? And when Mars enters your Sagittarius 5th house, it's going to immediately start to apply to an opposition with Uranus in your Gemini 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So this opposition between Mars and Uranus could definitely bring up those fifth house, 11th house themes, where a lot of you could be thinking about your core motivations, desires, plan of actions around wanting to have more fun, wanting to incorporate more joy, more creativity, more self-expression, or for some of you, more time with your children, if that's applicable to you, and balancing that with maybe the innovation and change you're contemplating, you're reviewing and revising around who you surround yourselves with and your long-term goals. So some of you might have, for example, experienced changes to friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals, and having to balance that with this opposition around, well, what are your core motivations and desires now that maybe things have changed or innovated, gotten a little taste of that Uranian flavor to your friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals, and balancing that with trying to integrate the action or the long-term goals with a little bit of fun, a little bit of joy integrated within your lives. Now, Mars and Uranus can be very stimulating planets, and they're in opposition. So some of you might feel that oppositional energy of, well, I really want to think about or continue, working on sort of the people I want to surround myself with, my long-term goals, but also how do I balance that with my desire for more intimate joy, more intimate creativity, self-expression, more intimate time with sort of even the closer friendships or desiring closer friendships to experience more joy, because the 11th house is sort of like the clubhouse, and the 5th house is the room in the clubhouse that, you know, you're playing cards with your closest friends, or you're playing games with sort of like the people that you intimately want to share closer forms of joy. So that could be another possibility here. One other thing I want to mention about this opposition is this opposition technically could be tied to July of 2024. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2024. What themes were going on? What was really coming up? You might see those themes again, but in an entirely new perspective that might require you to balance or take new perspectives and angles in order to balance these two worlds. Balance, you know, your long-term goals, balance your larger personal or professional social network with time to enjoy life, time to, you know, tap into your self-expression. The one good thing about Mars entering your Sagittarius 5th house, even though it's losing a little bit of essential dignity, moving away from its place of rulership in your Scorpio 4th house, it will start to trine your 1st house of self. So whatever could be going on, it could be helpful in creating flow to your identity, how you want to show up in the world, how you want to take independent action. So this could be helpful to literally you as a Leo rising. Now, moving forward to November 7th, we have Uranus retrograding back into your Taurus 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment if career is not a prominent theme at this juncture in your lives. So you've already done the majority of legwork with Uranus going through your Taurus 10th house for many years now. This is nothing new. However, this is the last leg of the journey for Uranus in Taurus. So Uranus will make its final ingress into your Gemini 11th house around April, I believe April 25th, 2026. So we got quite a few months to wrap up loose ends, tie up loose ends with career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, any innovation, any change to that. Some of you, again, this might not be anything new. You've already worked with the more prominent, stronger transits with Uranus going through your 10th, especially if your midheaven is in Taurus. However, if your midheaven or any of your personal placements are at the last couple degrees of Taurus, that's Uranus retrograding back into that area is going to drastically change the story and the situation there, in my opinion. So there could be a lot more to the story on the table if you have any personal placements at the last couple degrees of Taurus. But again, this is not conclusive. I don't have your natal chart. And generally speaking, this is just Uranus saying, hey, are there any last minute innovation changes that you want to make to your business, your career, what brings you fulfillment, your public recognition after many years of working through this? So that's that. Again, it's going to officially leave and not return to your Taurus 10th house for many, many years. I would say roughly anywhere from 80 to 85 years, roughly off the top of my head. So this is really the last leg of the journey. Moving on to the Mercury retrograde. This is something I really want to get into this month because this Mercury retrograde's, I don't know, it's jumping out at me quite a bit. So November 9th, Mercury stations retrograde in that Sagittarius 5th house of joy. Again, could include creativity, creative projects, self-expression, romance, children if applicable, really any of those things that really bring you joy or it's your heart's desire. This Mercury is not only retrograde, initiating that revisionary period or perfecting period that could definitely involve impacts to what brings you joy, but Mercury ruled areas, and Mercury rules your Virgo second house of earned income and self-worth. So you could be reviewing and revising finances, financial budgets, self-worth, and how that impacts time to enjoy life. Mercury also rules your Gemini 11th house of friends, groups, communities, long-term goals. So some of you might be reviewing and revising who you surround yourselves with, friends, groups, communities, social network, whether it's personal or professional, or those long-term goals and how they impact what brings you joy, creativity, self-expression, time with children. So how to integrate those long-term goals, who you want to surround yourselves with, and also make time to enjoy life and to tap into more of your heart's desire, as well as financial themes or self-worth themes that might be tied into this story or situation that's now technically, theoretically, under a revisionary period. So this Mercury is also in detriment. So this Mercury can be prone to overexerting, overworking itself. So some of you might be hyperfixated or hyperfocused or overexerting yourselves around figuring out financial goals, financial budgets, self-worth situations going on with friends, long-term goals, and it could be impacting time for joy, time for your creativity, your self-expression, or children if applicable to you. So that's another possibility here. Either way, take what themes resonate. How are they under a revisionary period at this point? What can be reviewed, revised, and perfected around those themes that can help support your joy in your lives? So, Mercury entered shadow towards the end of October, around that new moon in Libra. And this revisionary period could be tied to what was playing out around that new moon. So maybe the second half of October, some of you might be able to think back to that shadow period where there could be contextual clues around what you could be reviewing and revising with this Mercury retrograde. As we get to November 12th, this part of the Mercury retrograde is the next really interesting thing for me, because this is when Mercury is going to join Mars in that Sagittarius 5th house. Now, there was a Mercury-Mars conjunction back around the new moon in Libra, around October 21st. But that one was in your Scorpio 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So it's interesting how Mercury's doing this retrograde cycle and joining Mars again. So that tells me for some of us, this could be something that's really been playing out the second half of October. And now we get into November and Mercury and Mars join again, but Mercury's in a revisionary period. And it's in the next sign of Sagittarius. So this is a very different situation. This is a very different flavor, but same conjunction. So maybe how you originally felt about something the second half of October, now you're reviewing and revising something and you're having an entirely new perspective around that plan of action, core motivations, core desires, and it's in Sagittarius. So this is a very different flavor compared to Scorpio. So this is a very interesting Mercury retrograde cycle where it's like when we initially kind of went into the contextual clues, or it was in that shadow period and it joined Mars, where some of us were maybe communicating our long-term goals, who we want to surround ourselves with, the financial budgets, the self-worth, and communicating that in a way to maybe initiate a plan of action. Now things have shifted in a revisionary period where we're gaining maybe an entirely new perspective around that plan of action or our core motivations and desires around this time. So to continue this Mercury retrograde situation, when we get to November 20th, that Mercury retrograde is going to merge with this new moon in your Scorpio fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So generally speaking, this new moon could be a good time to initiate a new chapter, planting new seeds, something you want to cultivate that could impact home, relationships with family, property, real estate. This could be a new chapter around, like a spring cleaning situation, cleaning out your home, organizing your home. What is it about the foundation of your life or your living situation or relationships with family that you want to kind of create this new chapter? You want to create whatever it is. It could, like I said, it could be as simple as like organizing and cleaning versus like a totally new living situation or new relationships within the home that support your foundation that you can really cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months, or the foundation that's going to support you over the next 5 or 6 months, where this Mercury retrograde is merging with this new moon. So again, Mercury rules your Virgo second house of earned income and self-worth. So this could be a new moon that has planting new seeds or new chapter, new beginning that involves financial themes that allows you to set this new chapter around home, family, property, real estate themes. This could also involve reviewing and revising your self-worth, your value, and allowing that to help initiate this new chapter or planting of new seeds around integrating that self-worth and that value within your home environment, relationships with family. And with Mercury ruling that Gemini 11th house of your social network and your long-term goals, you could be reviewing and revising who you surround yourselves with, your friends, your groups, your communities, and your long-term goals, and the impacts to the foundation of your lives, your home environment, your living situation, any of those themes, and how that can help that revisionary period around your social network and your long-term goals could consequently help you get clear on setting this new chapter or planting new seeds around the foundation that's going to support those long-term goals and the people you want to surround yourselves with. Then when we get to November 27th, 28th, I want to talk about Saturn stationing direct for a little bit because there's some comparisons that I want to talk about or show you if you are watching. So I'm Eastern Standard Time. Saturn's going to station direct quite late on the 27th. So for a lot of you listening, this could be on the 28th for you. So Saturn stations direct at 25 degrees in your Pisces 8th house of transformational work, transformational decisions, long-term financial management, investments, assets, debt, loans, inheritance, partners' resources, if applicable. So Saturn in Pisces is really nothing new for you Leo risings. You've been dealing with this for the past couple years. This is really Saturn's last leg of the journey through Pisces, where it's going to make its final ingress into your Aries 9th house around February 2026. So this is really the last leg of the journey, wrapping up the loose ends, anything you want to create longevity, commitment around regarding transformational decisions, transformational work that many of you have been doing the past couple years, as well as any financial themes. So like paying off debt, investments, assets, resources, any of those themes to create commitment or longevity around that some of you have been working on. And this Saturn, for most of November, it won't be in an exact trine, but it will be in a non-exact trine. It will be close enough. It will be within 1-2 degrees roughly to a trine with Jupiter in your Cancer 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, behind the scenes work, And this could be the moment for a lot of Leo risings where you might start to feel that full breakthrough around what's been going on behind the scenes. Maybe some of you have been working on things with transformational work and transformational decisions, or really been working on, financial themes as well the past couple years. And I think that this could be the moment where maybe you start to see that glimmer of light with the trine to Jupiter in the 12th, where you get the mental reprieve. You get that relief that some of you have been feeling, including myself. I am also a Leo rising, and if you've been feeling it, I feel you on this. And, Saturn going through our Pisces 8th house has not been the most fun the past couple years. Again, it's not conclusive. It depends on your natal chart, but I think this could be the time where you start to see a little bit of that mental relief, or you at least get to observe instead of feel and fully experience sort of the Saturnian challenges or trials or tribulations. So I think this is Saturn's sort of like last leg of the journey. I think a lot of you are going to be seeing things in a new light, seeing what you need to see, but hopefully feeling a lot better about it compared to the previous years where you were really in it and working through it, whether it was financial or transformational work or both. And what I want to show you is the last time that Saturn was direct at 25 degrees of Pisces was April 2025. So if you're watching, I'm going to go back, but if you're listening, I'll talk through it. I want to compare the contrast between November and April of 2025. Last time Saturn was at 25 degrees of Pisces, we had Venus retrograde, we had Mercury retrograde. It was trine Mars in fall in that Cancer 12th house, compared to now in November of 2025, it's trine Jupiter in its place of exaltation in your Cancer 12th house. Better conditions, better essential dignity. And in April, Jupiter was in its place of detriment. And in 2024, there were these on and off squares even between Saturn and Jupiter. So really tense, stressful aspect between a planet that wants to expand versus a planet that wants to hold back and wait. And so the conditions of 2024 and especially April of 2025 in that 8th house and 12th house conditions were very, very, it was challenging for a lot of us Leo risings. And now fast forward to November of 2025, very different conditions. I think better, more constructive. The Saturn-Jupiter trine, even though it's not exact, it's still within orb. I think that that's far more constructive energy compared to April. That was more of a holding pattern, lots of reviewing and revising, lots of holding back before, making decisions, etc. And, Jupiter's in its place of exaltation instead of its place of detriment. And the Mercury retrograde situation is in the midst of this Saturn stationing direct. So on November 29th, the day after Saturn stations direct on the 27th or 28th, depending on where you are in the world, that Mercury stations direct as well. And generally speaking, this can create that forward direct movement around that revisionary period that I think for some Leo risings is bridging the gap or helping that progression between the 4th and the 5th house. So some Leo risings, that progression between the 4th and the 5th, what what's been going on with home, family, property, real estate. How have some of you maybe been reviewing and revising your long-term goals, your financial situation, and how that can create a situation for the foundation that's really going to support those goals, support that financial situation, really step into more self-worth and value. So I think this, for a lot of Leo risings, was kind of figuring out how to bridge that gap to create more progression between the foundation that's really going to support you, but also support your joy, enjoying life, your creativity, your self-expression. So some of you might be looking at the home environment or relationships with family, property, real estate themes that you're sort of questioning, okay, like what home environment is going to make me feel joy? What home environment is going to support my children? Where can and it could be as minimal as organization or maximal in terms of moving or relocation or renovation. And sort of finding ways to bridge the gap between how can you make your space and your home a more joyful, creative, self-expressive place for you and the life that you want to live. But also, as we move into December, this Mercury is going to start moving forward and start to form a grand trine with Saturn in that 8th house of transformational work or those long-term financial themes, as well as forming a trine with Jupiter in that Cancer 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, solitude, behind the scenes. So really, this Mercury is sort of, yes, generally speaking, create that direct forward movement over what you've been reviewing and revising, potentially between those 4th and 5th house themes and bridging that gap. But as you move into December, the grand trine that's formed between Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter, I think, can help a lot of Leo risings create a lot more flow and ease to that direct movement, hopefully around your immediate finances, your financial future, your transformational work, and hopefully with the grand trine as well with Jupiter in the 12th house, creating a situation that's not only forward movement, but it creates hopefully a sense of ease, mental relief as you move into December. That, keep in mind, as we get deeper into December, this Mars is going to enter its place of exaltation, where that is definitely going to kick up a lot more action, right? We have the planet of action, desire, and motivation in its place of exaltation as we get deeper into December. And we also have the planet of expansion and abundance in its place of exaltation as well in your 12th house of behind the scenes. So Mars and Jupiter, as you get into December, are going to be in their places of exaltation between your 6th house of work, health, routines, and your 12th house of sleep, solitude, thought patterns, behind the scenes. So a lot's going to kick up here. And so I think really looking at November from a very wide perspective. I think November is a really great time for Leo risings to slow down a little bit, pause where you can, see what needs reviewing, revising, perfecting, whether it's financial themes, self-worth. What is it about your living situation, your home, that can make you feel more mental relief, more ease, less stress, so that when Mars and Jupiter are both in their place of exaltation, moving into December, where I think a lot of action and expansion can get kicked up between your work, your health, your routines, your mind, your body, and Mercury forming this grand trine, creating a lot of flow between, your home, your long-term finances, your transformational work, things going on behind the scenes. There's a lot more flow, a lot more energy getting kicked up as we move into December. So very different situation in December. November is a great month, I think, for Leo risings. Conserve your energy. check in with your health, check in with your routines, check in with sort of how your living situation can really create less stress, more mental ease and relief if that's applicable, and really setting yourselves up for success for what looks like a lot more energy and movement in December. Hello, Virgo Risings. Let's kick off the month on November 4th when Mars enters your Sagittarius 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate themes. So, Mars entering Sagittarius, this could kick up maybe some more desire, motivation, or even action around those home, family, relationships with family, people you live with, property, real estate themes. It's important to keep in mind, though, that as Mars enters your Sagittarius 4th house, it's going to immediately start to apply to an opposition with Uranus in your Gemini 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So Mars and Uranus are pretty stimulating planets. And then when they're in conversation with each other, like they are here in this opposition, this could really bring a stimulating balance to work versus home, or the things that bring you fulfillment, the things that, your visibility versus what's going on at home, and having to balance what might be playing out with work, career, public recognition versus what could be starting to play out or create action around home, family, property, real estate themes. Mars moves relatively quickly, so if you feel this, it will only be for a few days. But another important part about this opposition that I wanted to mention was that it actually might be playing into something that initiated or really got kicked up back in July of 2024. So in July of 2024, Mars was conjunct or joined Uranus, merging with Uranus, creating a new cycle where Mars is going to continue moving on, sextile, square, trine, and now oppose. So it's sort of like a milestone in a potential story that could be playing out for some of you. And this time with the opposition, it could just be a new perspective, a new angle, and the need for balance with particular themes. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2024 and notice similar themes coming up, but in an entirely new way, with a new perspective, a new angle, a new insight that might require some balance. Now, again, if that resonates, take it, sit with it. If it doesn't, leave it. Don't worry about it. Again, this isn't conclusive. So moving on to November 7th, we have Uranus retrograding back into your Taurus 9th house of growth and potential. So some growth and potential themes might be continuing education, higher knowledge, spirituality, travel plans. This could also be publishing, teaching. It could also be career related for some of you, especially if your midheaven is in Taurus. So with Uranus retrograding back into Taurus, this is nothing new. You've been dealing with Uranus going through Taurus for many years now. I think generally speaking, this is just the last leg of the journey for Uranus to say, hey, is there any last minute innovation, changes to those growth and potential themes that could be career related that you want to make? You want to review, you want to revise, you want to sit with and integrate, because in April of 2026, Uranus is going to make its final ingress into your Gemini 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, and not return to Taurus for roughly, again, very rough estimate off the top of my head, maybe another 80 to 85 years, somewhere in between there. So a long time. And so this is really just the last leg of the journey. However, if you know your chart and you have natal placements at the last couple degrees of Taurus, this could definitely be an entirely different story that could be playing out for you. So definitely pay attention to any personal placements here if you know them. But generally speaking, last leg of the journey, what last minute innovation and change do you want to make to the growth and potential that can potentially serve the innovation and change to your career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment into 2026 onward. Then, getting to this Mercury retrograde situation. Mercury is going to station retrograde on November 9th in that Sagittarius 4th house of home, family, property, real estate at 6 degrees. So, this Mercury retrograde is interesting because Mercury entered shadow towards the end of October, around that new moon in Libra. So, towards the end of October, Mercury entering shadow could have been building those contextual clues around what you're going to review, revise, and perfect now starting in November, specifically November 9th when Mercury retrogrades for the next couple weeks. And so Mercury retrograde, it's important because Mercury rules your first house of self, physical body, how you move through the world, independent action. And it also rules your Gemini 10th house of career, business, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. And so with Mercury retrograde, a lot of you could be reviewing and revising what's really going to support you, what's going to really support your ability to take independent action towards the life you want to live. Mercury also ruling that Gemini 10th house retrograde could be a time where a lot of you are reviewing and revising your career, your business, your public recognition, what brings you fulfillment, and also how that serves you, how that supports you, your physical body. But because Mercury is initiating its retrograde at 6 degrees in your Sagittarius 4th house, you could be reviewing and revising what's really going to support you, what really is going to support your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. But its impacts to your living situation, your foundation, or how your foundation is supporting the work that you want to do, your career, how you want to feel in your body. How is it supporting you? So this could be very minor in terms of looking at your living situation. Could be, just minor things within the home, relationships with family, people you live with, to much bigger things around property, real estate, renovations, relocations, etc. So I think for a lot of Virgo risings, this could be a great time to look at what's really going to support you, feeling good in your body and your physical body, your physical health even, as well as what are you reviewing and revising in terms of your career, your business, your public recognition, and how maybe the foundation of your life, like how that's supporting that, or vice versa. Then when we get to November 12th, this Mercury retrograde is interesting because when we get to November 12th, that's when this Mercury retrograde, still in your Sagittarius 4th house of home, family, property, real estate, will join Mars again. So towards the end of October, Mercury and Mars were conjunct at 20 degrees in your Scorpio 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, short distance travel, siblings, extended family. This could be professional as well if you work in communication fields, technology, transportation. But either way, I find it very interesting that Mercury and Mars first joined together in this Scorpio 3rd house when Mercury was in shadow, building those contextual clues that you're potentially going to review and revise. Now when it's retrograde and it's initiating that revisionary period, it joins Mars once again. So there's this interesting situation going on between the 3rd and the 4th house where I think what maybe was initiated or what you were thinking about Now you're reviewing and revising it, but it's playing into reviewing and revising maybe that plan of action, your core motivations and desires. So very interesting Mercury retrograde here, where I think a lot could shift and change around that plan of action or perspectives around what you really desire, what really motivates you. And it's at the bottom of your chart. So what's really going to support you in your everyday environment? What's going to support the foundation, or what foundation is going to support that plan of action, desire, and motivation? Sorry if you can hear my dog in the background. His name is Barney, and he is an out of control French bulldog. So I apologize. I can't control him anymore. It's impossible. Okay. November 20th, we move to this new moon. So again, this new moon is playing into this Mercury retrograde. So really interesting Mercury retrograde. And this new moon, again, this is close enough. They're all at 28 degrees. This new moon is at 28 degrees in your Scorpio third house of, again, communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family. And professionally, this could be communication fields, transportation, technology as well. So this new moon, generally speaking, is, I think, a good time to create a new chapter, take care of appointments, errands, tasks, communication, situations with siblings, extended family, any short distance travel necessary, any plans with that. So you could be really taking care of those mundane tasks for some of you, but professionally, you could also be setting new goals, new chapters to cultivate around those communication fields, transportation, technology, etc. But what I think is interesting about this, particularly for Virgo risings, is that this new moon involves Mercury retrograde. And again, Mercury rules your Virgo first house of self and your Gemini 10th house of career, or what brings you fulfillment. And so whatever's going on with this new moon, where you're setting a new chapter or maybe thinking about what you really want to cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months, it's playing into this revisionary period, likely around what's really going to serve you and really serve your career, your business, or what brings you fulfillment. But it looks like you're maybe initiating it around the appointments, the tasks, the paperwork, the communication, the exchanging information. So sort of like maybe a lot of you are starting small in that immediate environment, while you're reviewing and revising what's really going to support you, what's really going to support what brings you fulfillment, or those career themes, as you sort of initiate what you want to cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months by taking care of those third house themes. Then on November 27th, 28th, depending on what time zone you're in, again, I'm in Eastern Standard Time Zone, but late in my time zone, Saturn goes direct. And then for a lot of you on November 28th, early, it will be Saturn stationing direct. So again, depending on your time zone. But Saturn stationing direct, either November 27th or November 28th, I think a lot of us are going to feel this, but Saturn is stationing direct at 25 degrees in your Pisces 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. So again, this is nothing new. A lot of you have been dealing with the strengthening process involving the connections you want to attract in your lives, or the strengthening that could have been taking place within your own personal or professional partnerships, including marriage. Saturn going through the 7th can definitely create situations where you're tested, you're challenged within your connections with others, your personal or professional partnerships. But the good news with this is that this is nothing new, and this is Saturn's last leg of the journey. So Saturn is stationed direct and is going to make its way out officially of your 7th house of personal and or professional partnerships. So I think a lot of you will welcome that, especially Saturn in an angular house as well. And this Saturn at 25 degrees of Pisces really throughout November, is going to be in a trine with Jupiter. Now, the trine is not going to be exact in November. However, it's within 1 to 2 degrees roughly throughout the month of November, and that's close enough to feel it. And so this is far more constructive. And I'm going to compare it to April, when Saturn was last at 25 degrees in your Pisces 7th house. So I'm going to compare April to now and kind of give you that visual representation if you're watching, or I'm going to talk through it if you're listening, of how much contrast it is compared to April versus now, which now the conditions look a little bit better, a little bit more favorable, a little bit more sort of like creating that flow where Saturn is technically in a trine with Jupiter, creating more constructive expansion. So creating more constructive commitment to the people or connections you want to attract in your lives. Maybe some of you are getting a lot more serious about the people you want to be in relationship with, whether it's personal or professional. Maybe some of you are really getting to that last leg of the journey within your current personal or professional partnerships, where you can sort of say, okay, like we've made it through the challenges, if that's applicable to you. Either way, I think a lot of Virgo risings, you could be stepping into a time of hopefully getting very more clear on the personal, professional partnerships or connections that really are in alignment to you and with what Saturn rules in your chart, in alignment to what brings you joy, in alignment to your work, your health, etc. And constructively in this trine, creating even expansion to your long-term goals and your social network. So some of you could also be getting very sort of clear and committed to personal, professional partnerships, what you need within them, or the connections that you do want to attract, and how that can consequently create more expansion to your long-term goals, or just certain aspects of long-term partnerships in your lives, or the long-term partnerships you want to attract that are in alignment to your long-term goals and the people you want to surround yourselves with. So this looks far more constructive compared to April. When we go back to April, we have Saturn at 25 degrees of Pisces, just like in November, but in April, this was when it was originally going over 25 degrees. But end of March, April, we had Saturn around 25 degrees, Venus retrograde, Mercury retrograde in the 7th house of partnership. Saturn was trine Mars in its place of fall. So very different planetary conditions here. This looked a little bit more challenging, or more like we have to kind of take a step back and reevaluate. And the loose square. So in 2024, there were these on and off direct squares between Saturn in your Pisces 7th house and Jupiter in his place of detriment in your 10th house. So that created some push-pull, a lot of tension in those areas. So very different conditions compared when we look at April, compared to April. And going back to November, this month, I think we just have I think we have opportunity for more constructive flow this time, where compared to April, we could have really been in it, feeling it and experiencing it, and then having the reverberating effects months after that. Where now, to me, it seems like we saw it, we lived it, we experienced it, we've integrated it. And now we're still sort of finishing up that story, but we've sort of, the best way I can describe it is like hopefully matured through it. And now we know how to work with it. We know what to do. We know how to be constructive about it. Again, we have this loose Jupiter and Saturn trine here that looks very constructive between the people, partnerships, partnerships you want to attract, your long-term goals, people you want to surround yourselves with. And we also have Jupiter in its place of exaltation compared to last time in April where it was in detriment. And so just very, very different. And as well, this Mercury is still technically retrograde, but the following day on the 29th, Mercury stations direct. So Mercury stations direct on November 29th. And I think this is helping play into that Saturn stationing direct, the loose trine to Jupiter, because this Mercury is not only direct, theoretically helping move forward, create that direct movement around what you've been thinking about, reviewing, revising, perfecting around what's really going to serve you, what's been going on with career, business, public recognition, and hopefully creating that forward movement around maybe what's been delayed, what's been held back, what you've had to review and revise and perfect even. But as we move into December, I want to help create or put some perspective around this. This is not only a direct Mercury, but as we move into December, this Mercury is going to move forward and start to form a grand trine with Saturn in your Pisces 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, and Jupiter in your Cancer 11th house of your friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So this grand trine, as we move into December with Mercury finally stationing direct, creates even more flow, even more movement around maybe what you want to communicate, exchange information, things going on in your immediate environment, how it can flow to constructively work with personal and professional partnerships or the partnerships you want to attract, as well as constructively flow to expanding your social network and your long-term goals, really creating that forward movement as you get into December. And also keep in mind that this Mars in Sagittarius towards the end of November is eventually going to make its way into its place of exaltation in Capricorn as we get into December. So we're going to have Mars, the planet of action, desire, and motivation, in its place of exaltation, and also the planet Jupiter, the planet of expansion and abundance, in its place of exaltation as we get into December. So I think November is a really good time to pause, take a step back, really review and revise these plans of action, your core motivations, your desires, so that when you get into December, you can ride that wave the best way possible. Hello, Libra Risings. So kicking off the month on November 4th, when Mars enters your Sagittarius 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, short distance travel. Professionally, this could also include communication fields, technology, transportation as well. So a lot on the table with the 3rd house, but Mars entering this area could kick up a little bit more action, a little bit more movement regarding sort of your immediate environment. So some of you, it could be appointments, errands, mundane tasks, phone calls. Some of you, it could be, short distance travel, situations with siblings, extended family. So a lot going on, I would say, just in your everyday immediate environment and people, places, and things within your immediate everyday environment. So when Mars enters your Sagittarius 3rd house, it's going to immediately oppose Uranus and your Gemini 9th house. Now, the 9th house is also another travel house. So for some of you, this could really be amplifying a lot of travel plans and travel situations that require you to balance sort of the bigger picture with the immediate everyday communication, task, etc. going on. But some of you, this could just be an opposition where you're having to take care of everyday things that could be going on or impacting you versus the innovation and change you're maybe thinking about regarding sort of knowledge or growth and potential themes. So some of you could be really trying to just going into November, trying to balance, okay, what do I have to take care of on an everyday level versus what I want to be focusing on with growth and potential, which could include travel, knowledge, spirituality, could even be career related for some of you. So sometimes with third and ninth house situations or oppositions with third and ninth house, like this situation for you Libra risings, it can just create sometimes like a busier time, especially because Mars and Uranus are very stimulating planets, generally speaking, and they're in opposition, which can sometimes make us feel like we want to be in two places at once. So this could just be kind of a brief stimulating time. Again, Mars moves relatively quickly, so it's going to quickly separate from this opposition. But if you go into November kind of feeling like, whoa, I have all these things I need to take care of, I have all these tasks, and then I have all these bigger picture growth and potential themes also kind of playing a part in this, it could just be this opposition. Now, this opposition is technically connected to July of 2024. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2024, think back to what was going on, particular themes that could be coming up again. That this time it's a different angle, it's a different perspective. You're finding ways to balance whatever it is that's coming up around this time. Because back in July of 2024, that's when Mars actually joined Uranus. It merged with it and created a new cycle for Mars to then separate and continue on moving around and around and around. And then eventually it will join Uranus again and create a new cycle around. So this could be connected to July of 2024 for some of you. If that does not resonate, again, don't worry about it. Leave it. Take what resonates, leave the rest. Moving on to November 7th, when Uranus retrogrades back into your Taurus 8th house. So November 7th or 8th for some of you, the Uranus retrograding back into your Taurus 8th house. So 8th house could be transformational work, transformational decisions, long-term financial themes, investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources. Uranus and Taurus is nothing new. You've been dealing with Uranus and Taurus for a long time now. And this is Uranus's last trek through Uranus. So Uranus is going to eventually make its final ingress into your Gemini 9th house in April of 2026. So this is really the last leg of the journey, maybe an invitation to say, hey, is there any last minute sort of innovation or changes you want to make to your investments, assets, debt, loans, trust, wills, inheritance, partners' resources if applicable, or any transformational work that might be part of your picture if that resonates. So again, nothing new. If you have placements at the last couple degrees of Taurus, if you know that, that can drastically change that story and what that means for you. But again, this isn't conclusive. Generally speaking, again, now through roughly April of 2026, good time to kind of say, okay, what's those loose threads, maybe working on long-term financial goals or resources or transformational work that you want to do, if at all. Then I want to get to the Mercury retrograde situation. So on November 9th, Mercury will station retrograde in your Sagittarius 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family. So again, this is initiating that revisionary period around communication themes, which could be personal or professional, situations with siblings, extended family. Again, those people, places, and things within your immediate everyday environment. And Mercury rules your Virgo 12th house of the subconscious, sleep, solitude, dreams, behind the scenes. So you could be reviewing and revising your mental thought patterns. You could be reviewing and revising, your time for alone time, the need for alone time. You could be reviewing and revising what you've been working on behind the scenes, even. And Mercury also rules this Gemini 9th house. So some of you could be reviewing and revising, travel plans or education, publishing, teaching themes, any of those growth and potential themes and its impacts to your immediate everyday environment. And again, this Mercury retrograde, Mercury entered shadow back towards the end of October. So some of you, without even knowing the astrology, could just think back in the past couple weeks, what really came up that you're now considering reviewing, revising, or it's been delayed or slowed down a bit, that this Mercury retrograde could be playing into. When Mercury gets to, let's see, I'm going to move this to November 12th. So on November 12th, when Mercury is still at 6 degrees in that Sagittarius 3rd house retrograde, Mars will join it. So Mercury and Mars are going to be conjunct or joined in your Sagittarius 3rd house with Mercury retrograde. Why I think this is important is because last month, towards the end of October, around that new moon, Mercury and Mars were conjunct in your Scorpio 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So they're joined again, but with Mercury retrograde. So it's almost as if what you were maybe thinking about or initiating back in October that could have been playing into finances, something you're working on behind the scenes, or growth and potential themes. Now, whatever's under revision could also be playing into that plan of action, core motivation, or desire that maybe some of you initiated last month, but now you're having a new perspective or reviewing, revising, and perfecting and trying to integrate that within the plan of action, core motivation, and desire. So it's interesting how Mercury and Mars join twice, once around October 21st and then again November 12th, but with Mercury retrograde in this revisionary process through what maybe got initiated last month. Then on November 20th, the Mercury retrograde is still interesting because we have this new moon at 28 degrees in your Scorpio 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So generally speaking, a new moon, a new beginning, a new chapter, planting new seeds that you really want to cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months regarding your finances, your financial budgets, financial goals, self-worth as well. So you could really be initiating a new chapter around finances or self-worth themes that this Mercury retrograde is involved with. So whatever you're working on behind the scenes, maybe some of you are thinking about your subconscious thought patterns or your mental visions, as well as the other Mercury ruled area, your Gemini 9th house of growth and potential. So reviewing and revising, maybe continuing education, travel plans, spirituality, publishing, teaching, any growth and potential themes in your lives that also could be career related, that is somehow tying into this new chapter around finances or self-worth. So I think a lot of you could be reviewing and revising things behind the scenes. What is that mental vision for yourselves and your lives? What is that growth and potential you really want to step into? And what new chapter or new ways, financially or through your self-worth, can you cultivate that over the next 5 or 6 months? Then we get to November 27th, November 28th, depending on what time zone you are in. I'm Eastern Standard Time. So late on the 27th for me, but a lot of you will be the 8th, so 27th, 28th, either way. Saturn stations direct at 25 degrees in your Pisces 6th house of daily work and or health routines. So again, nothing new. Saturn's been here the past couple years, having a lot of Libra risings get clear on their wellness, their vitality, health situations, work routines, and Saturn stationing direct to do the last leg of the journey, the last about 5 degrees in this Pisces 6th house. I'm sure a lot of you are ready for Saturn to be out of the 6th house of work and health. And Saturn at 25 degrees, I want to point out that roughly throughout November, within 1, maybe 2 degrees, Saturn will be in a trine aspect to Jupiter in your Cancer 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So again, it's not exact, but it's close enough. And with Saturn stationing direct, it's sort of like pushing that last leg of the journey around the health, the work, the routines, and constructively forming this trine to constructively create more flow to the work that you want to do, expanding your business or expanding the work that you want to do, or expanding the things that feel more fulfilling to you. I also want to compare Saturn at 25 degrees on November 27th, 28th to when Saturn was last at 25 degrees in your Pisces 6th house back in April. So end of March, beginning of April, really even around April, was a very different situation. So when we look at April, when Saturn was last at this 25 degree mark, very different conditions. And I want to point out that if you're watching, we have Saturn at 25 degrees. I'm in April of 2025. Venus retrograde. Mercury retrograde. Jupiter in its place of detriment. Mars in its place of fall. Trine Saturn. So this could have been a challenging time around certain aspects of your life, trying to figure things out. Compared to now, in November, we have, again, Saturn at 25 degrees direct, but it's trine Jupiter in its place of exaltation. So back in April, Jupiter was in its place of detriment, and roughly throughout 2024, maybe even into 2025, I forget off the top of my head, but there were these on and off squares with Jupiter in its place of detriment, square Saturn in Pisces. So these varying degrees of stress and tension and action where we needed to figure out where we needed to expand versus where we needed to restrict. Now, Jupiter's in its place of exaltation, a lot stronger by essential dignity, more well-resourced, trine Saturn. So a lot more constructive. And we also have Mercury stationing direct the following day, so November 29th. So on November 29th, we have Mercury stationing direct around 20 degrees in your Scorpio second house of earned income and self-worth. So this could definitely theoretically help push forward, create that direct forward movement around what you were reviewing and revising, maybe behind the scenes, maybe anything that was impacting your thought patterns, or reviewing and revising your growth and potential themes. Maybe some of you are considering sort of financial aspects to that, or really reviewing and revising your self-worth so that you can really anchor yourselves into that. Either way, this is a direct Mercury. So again, forward direct movement, hopefully. But what I want to really point out is that as we move into December, this is not only a direct Mercury. This Mercury is going to start to move forward as we get into December. And it is going to start to form a grand trine with Saturn in your Pisces 6th house of daily work and health routines, as well as Jupiter in your Cancer 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So there's this forward moving Mercury, but also as we get into December, this grand trine, which can create a lot of flow, a lot of movement. Also consider this Mars in Sagittarius at the very end of November. As we get into December, not only are we going to have that grand trine with Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter between your 2nd house of money, your 6th house of work and health, your 10th house of career and public recognition, but Mars is going to enter Capricorn, its place of exaltation, where the planet of action, desire, and motivation is going to be in its place of exaltation, have a lot of energy. There can be a lot of movement and action and desire and motivation, where Jupiter is also in its place of exaltation. So not only do we have this grand trine starting to form as we move into December, as we get out of that retrograde situation, but we also have the planet of action moving into its place of exaltation, and we'll have the planet of expansion in its place of exaltation as we go into December. So December looks like there's a lot more opportunities for movement, a lot more energy, a lot more action, even expansion for a lot of us. And Saturn is pushing forward. It's doing its last trek, last about 5 degrees through that Pisces 6th house of work and health. And, comparing it to November, I think perspective around November, generally speaking, I think November is a really good month to find time to kind of pause, to take a step back, to really review and revise what's really working. Maybe some of you, it's financially related or self-worth related, kind of taking a step back, especially with that Mercury retrograde and Mercury ruling that Virgo 12th house. November could be a good time to kind of pause, take some time alone, even if it's for a few minutes, to just check in. What's going on? What's going on with your mental thought patterns? What's going on behind the scenes for you? How is that playing into any desires that you really want around the growth and potential in 2026? Where do you want your life to move towards regarding growth and potential in 2026? That some of you could get more clear on. But either way, I think things can sort of slow down a little bit in November and help all of us review, revise, and perfect things so that when we get into December, and I think there's a lot more opportunity for movement and action, motivation, and desire, we can really ride that wave after we've taken some time to maybe fill our tank, sleep, rest, solitude, pause, review, revise, perfect all of those things so that when we get into December, we can really ride that wave in the best way possible. Hello, Scorpio Risings. So November 4th, we have Mars entering your Sagittarius 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So this could definitely kick up some energy, some action in the financial department or the self-worth department. But sometimes, generally speaking, sometimes when Mars goes through the 2nd house, it can increase spending, but it can also increase earning more money. And so for some of you, see how November could maybe increase opportunities to make more money, but also be aware of spending. So what's coming in versus what's coming out, with Mars kicking up more action and more desire and motivation in the financial department. But this could also involve your value, your self-worth. And when Mars enters your Sagittarius 2nd house, it's going to immediately form an opposition with Uranus in your Gemini 8th house of transformational work, transformational decisions, or those long-term financial goals or management, resources, even a partner's resources, if applicable. So as you enter November, this opposition, again, Mars moves relatively quickly here, so you might feel this for a day or a couple days going into November, but it's worth noting that this opposition can really bring up more energy around finances, or it could be transformational work versus self-worth. So if it's finances, some of you might feel the desire to make more money, or, you know, what you're bringing in or how you can bring in more money versus how you want to maybe innovate or change how you pay off debt, where you invest, assets, partners' resources. If it's a transformational decision or transformational work, it could involve really trying to take more action around your value, your self-worth, versus the innovation you're maybe experiencing or feeling with the transformational work or transformational decisions. Oppositions can be tough because it can kind of pull us in two directions. So if you're feeling sort of that brief tug of war, or feeling like you need to be in two places at once regarding financial themes or transformational work, that could be a possibility with this. If that resonates, if that's something that is coming up around this time. Again, it will move relatively quickly. So again, take what resonates, leave the rest. However, the last thing I want to mention about this is that this Mars-Uranus opposition here around this time could be tied, or it theoretically is tied to July of 2024. So in July of 2024, Mars was joined or conjunct with Uranus, creating a new cycle. So Mars joined Uranus, merged, and then Mars continued on around the chart and really sort of played out this story or this situation. And so some of you might be able to think back to July of 2024. What was really going on? What themes were really coming up that could even in subtle ways be coming up again, but now you have a new perspective. You have a new angle on it. You're maybe seeking more balance regarding the situation or those themes. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest. Moving on to November 7th, we have Uranus retrograding back into your Taurus 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. This is nothing new. Uranus has been going through your Taurus 7th house for many years now. However, this is Uranus's last trek. Not totally. I mean, Uranus will return back to Taurus roughly off the top of my head, maybe 80, 85 years. But this is Uranus's last little journey through Taurus for a long time. So again, nothing new. I think this, generally speaking, is just the opportunity to say, hey, is there any last minute innovation, change you want to make to your current long-term partnerships, again, personal or professional, or the partnerships you do want to attract in your lives? And if you have any placements at the last couple degrees of Taurus, this could be creating a different scenario, a different story that's playing out for you. So if you know that, definitely take that into consideration. But generally speaking, again, it's not conclusive, but Uranus is retrograding back into this Taurus 7th house of partnership to kind of give you that last minute, hey, what do you want to wrap up here? And Uranus will make its final ingress into Gemini and officially leave your Taurus 7th house in April of 2026. So again, this is sort of the last hurrah for a very long time with Uranus and Taurus. Then I really want to get into the Mercury retrograde that's taking place this month, because this one's interesting to me. You get this retrograde here. So Mercury's going to station retrograde at 6 degrees in your Sagittarius 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So generally speaking, you could be reviewing and revising Mercury-ruled areas and their impacts to your finances or your self-worth. So Mercury rules your Virgo 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So some of you might be reviewing and revising who you really want to surround yourselves with, maybe other people that you want to connect with, or reviewing and revising those long-term goals and its impacts to your finances or your financial situation and its impacts to those long-term goals. Mercury also rules your Gemini 8th house, which is your other financial house. It's the long-term finance. So investments, assets, debt, loans, resources, partners' resources. So some of you could be moving into a phase of reviewing and revising sort of your long-term financial goals or long-term financial management. Again, it could involve investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources, that you yourself are looking at what you earn, sort of like what you earn in your paycheck versus what you invest or pay off. So a lot of you could really be reviewing and revising those financial themes and how to balance what's coming in versus what you're saving or investing or creating resources with. This could also tie in the other themes involved with that Gemini 8th house, which is the transformational work and the transformational decisions. So some of you might be reviewing and revising through transformational work, or really sitting with certain decisions that you want to make and taking a perspective involving that with, okay, how is this impacting my self-worth? How is this impacting, my innate gifts, my innate talents? So some of you might be really sort of reviewing and revising to step into more self-worth, more self-value as well. But I think generally speaking, this has a lot of financial themes and long-term goals, reviewing and revising within the financial department for a lot of Scorpio risings. And then on November 12th, this Mercury retrograde continues, and it joins Mars, or Mars joins Mercury. So on November 12th, Mercury is still retrograde in that Sagittarius second house of earned income and self-worth. Mars joins Mercury. So Mercury and Mars will be conjunct again. So back towards the end of October, around that new moon in Libra, Mercury and Mars were conjunct in your Scorpio first house of self with Mercury direct. Now they join again, but Mercury's retrograde, reviewing and revising, and then it's in your Sagittarius second house of earned income and self-worth. So I think some potentials with this could have been, this is like tying last month into this month. So last month, I think some of you could have really been initiating that conversation around sort of those long-term goals or financial situations or transformational work situations regarding the plan of action, the core motivation and desires. And now maybe you're still playing those situations out, but you're reviewing and revising it. And now that is playing into the plan of action, the core motivation or the core desire. So it's almost like as you're reviewing and revising it, you are editing that plan of action, desire, motivation, and it's in your second house. So you're editing it probably through a lens of financial themes or self-worth themes at this juncture. Then on November 20th, we have a new moon involved with this Mercury retrograde. Let me get it at 28 degrees. So this new moon is going to be at 28 degrees in your Scorpio first house of self. So this could be, generally speaking, a great time to plant new seeds, set new intentions or new chapters around you, your physical body, how you want to feel in your body, how you want to show up in the world, your ability to take independent action towards the life that you want to live. So generally speaking, this could be a great time to think about what you want to cultivate that's really going to serve you. And this Mercury retrograde is joined with this new moon at 28 degrees. So this tells me whatever maybe a lot of Scorpio risings you really want to cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months regarding what's going to support you, your needs, how you want to move through the world. You are simultaneously reviewing and revising those Mercury ruled areas. So reviewing and revising who you want to surround yourselves with, reviewing and revising your long-term goals, your long-term financial goals or management or transformational work, and its impacts to how those themes and how they're being reviewed and revised are being integrated into this new chapter you want to set around what's going to support you, what's going to support your needs, how you want to move through the world. So this could be the time where things shift away from the second house of earned income and self-worth. And maybe some of you start to think about, okay, well, what's really going to support me and my ability to do this new chapter? Plant these new seeds and cultivate what those long-term goals, the social network, the long-term financial management or goals, resources, and transformational work that's really going to support cultivating what supports me and how you want to move through the world. Those kinds of things are some things to think about around this time with this Mercury retrograde. Then we get to November 27th, 28th. And in my time zone, late 27, Saturn's going to station direct at 25 degrees in Pisces. Some of you, it will be on the 28th. So either way, Saturn is stationing direct on the 27th or 28th, depending on where you are in the world, at 25 degrees in your Pisces 5th house of joy. So Saturn's journey through here is nothing new. You've been dealing with this the past couple years regarding those 5th house themes. What brings you joy? What's your heart's desire? Your creativity, your self-expression, romantic situations, children themes, if applicable to you. So Saturn stationing direct at 25 degrees. This is the last trek that Saturn is going to make through Pisces. So Saturn stations direct. Saturn is going to continue moving forward and make its final ingress into your Aries 6th house, officially out of your Pisces 5th house of joy, roughly for another 30 years. So this is really the wrapping up, the tying of loose ends that a lot of you have had to endure the past couple years with maybe finding new ways to enjoy life. What is joy? What really brings you joy at this juncture in your lives? Creativity, self-expression, maybe themes of children have come up even for some of you. Either way, this Saturn at 25 degrees is a very different situation compared to the last time Saturn was at 25 degrees back in April, which I'll get to give you that contrast and be able to, I think some of you might be able to see it or listen to it and take a step back and see how far you've actually come. So before I get into that, Saturn at 25 degrees of Pisces, I want to point out that for most of November, Saturn's going to be in a fairly close trine with Jupiter in your Cancer 9th house of growth and potential. So it's not exact by degree a minute, but it's close enough. It's within 1, maybe 2 degree orb, which is close enough for me to show you that when Saturn stations direct at 25 degrees, technically trine this Jupiter, that is far more constructive. I think for the past couple years, it's been a little bit push-pull when it comes to what brings you joy, situations with children or themes of children, creativity, self-expression, romantic situations. This might be the point where I think a lot of Scorpio risings, you start to feel more ease around the things that caused more stress and tension in the previous years. And I also, again, want to point out the comparison to April of 2025. So going back to April of 2025. So if you're watching, I have the visual, but if you're listening, I will explain it all. So the last time Saturn at 25 degrees in that Pisces 5th house, where it originally went over that 25-degree mark, we had Venus retrograde, Mercury retrograde. We had Saturn trine Mars in its place of fall, where now Jupiter is in its place of exaltation. Very different situation. We had Jupiter in its place of detriment back in April. And in 2024, roughly on and off, we had these Saturn-Jupiter squares where there was more stress or tension around the action we needed to take, where we needed to kind of pull back versus where we needed to expand. And so this is a very different condition in April of 2025 compared to today in November, where Saturn is direct at 25, but again, we have it technically trine Jupiter in its place of exaltation instead of that Mars in its place of fall. And we also have Mercury about to station direct in your Scorpio first house of self. So on the following day, on November 29th, Mercury stations direct, hopefully creating that forward direct momentum or movement around what's really going to support you, your long-term goals, who you want to surround yourselves with, any long-term financial management or goals, transformational work. So I think a lot of Scorpio risings, generally speaking, you could be moving into a time feeling a little bit better, a little bit maybe more clear on what's really going to support you, your ability to take independent action involving those long-term goals, who you want to surround yourselves with, financial themes, transformational themes. But I want to point out that as we leave November and move into December, this Mercury is going to start moving forward. Well, it already has technically. And it's going to form a grand trine with Jupiter in your Cancer 9th house of growth and potential, Saturn in your Pisces 5th house of joy. And that grand trine, as we move into December, grand trines can create a lot of flow, a lot, and in an ease kind of way. It can create natural flow as we move into December regarding you, your physical body, getting, I think, more clear and established on what you really want, what really brings you joy. And also the expansion you want to take place moving into 2026, even around the growth and potential themes that could even support career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. And also I want to point out that as we move into December, not only do we get this grand trine after this Mercury stations direct in the very end of November, but this Mars is going to move into Capricorn in its place of exaltation. So we're going to have the planet of action, motivation, desire, really energized. It's in its place of exaltation. I think it's going to gain a lot more strength, a lot more energy to move us through December. And also the planet of expansion and abundance is in its place of exaltation as well. So both of these planets in their place of exaltation, Mercury stationing direct, starting to form this grand trine that can create a lot of flow. I think moving into December, there's going to be a lot more movement, a lot more energy. And so November could be a really good time to pause, to slow down, to really get clear on that Mercury-Mars conjunction that we experienced last month in October and again this month, but in a way where we're reviewing and revising that plan of action, our core motivations and desires, maybe communication around it, so that as we move into December, we can use that energy to cultivate what we truly wanted, or maybe even for some of us, reviewing, revising, and slowing down to fill our energy tank, to sort of fill our cup so that when we move into December, you have the energy to ride the movement and the flow in December, but also have sort of that time to replenish your batteries or recharge your batteries in November. So when things start to kick up in December, you have the get up and go. Hello, Sagittarius Risings. We're kicking off November 4th with Mars entering your Sagittarius first house of self. So Mars is entering the area of you, your physical body, how you take independent action, how you show up in the world. And so Mars is sort of coming off of that 12th house, which is more of an averse house. It's more behind the scenes. It's a little bit more hidden, and it's emerging and becoming visible. So some of you might physically feel this in your bodies, where you might start to feel more ready for action, a little bit get up and go. And out of that, maybe insomnia or lack of sleep, or sometimes Mars in the 12th house in the past couple of weeks have, caused what I like to call monkey mind, a lot of racing thoughts or whatnot. So Mars is coming off that area. If you've been feeling that way for no reason or no, hard to understand why, hopefully that causes a little bit of relief for you. But either way, Mars is entering your Sagittarius first house, where it's going to immediately start to apply to an opposition with Uranus in your Gemini 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So this could definitely stimulate and create a lot of energy versus your needs versus the needs of others. This could also cause a lot more motivation and desire to maybe focus on your needs, your physical body, how you want to move through the world, and try to balance that with maybe the innovation or change that might still be happening in the partnership arena, or attracting the partnerships that create that balance or alignment in your lives. This Mars-Uranus opposition, it will happen quite quickly. You might feel it on this day or maybe a couple days around this time. Either way, this Mars-Uranus opposition is technically tied to July of 2024. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2024 when Mars was joined or conjunct with Uranus, sort of merging and creating a new story to play out as Mars kind of continues on around your chart. And now Mars is in the opposition. So it's in this opposition conversation with Uranus. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2024, sort of what themes were going on, what was playing out, that those themes might be coming up again, but now it's a different feeling. It's a different perspective. It's a different angle where maybe some of you are trying to balance it in a new way. If that resonates, sit with it, take it. If it doesn't, leave it. Again, this is not conclusive. I don't have your natal chart. So moving on to November 7th, we have Uranus retrograding back into your Taurus 6th house of daily work and health routines. So this is nothing new. Uranus has gone through your Taurus 6th house of daily work and health routines for many years now. This is Uranus's last journey through Taurus. So Uranus has retrograded back into your Taurus 6th house, and it's going to officially leave your Taurus 6th house in April of 2026. So this is Uranus's last little, hey, is there any last minute innovation or change you want to make to the work that you do, your routines, your health and wellness, before Uranus officially leaves this area and really doesn't return for a long time. Maybe off the top of my head, maybe another 80, 85 years. So for some of you, generally speaking, this could be an invitation for those last minute tweaks, changes, innovation to the health, the wellness, the work, the routines that really work for you. If you have any placements in the last couple degrees of Taurus, that could drastically change the situation because those planets are going to be talking a different story and bringing in different themes. So definitely consider that. However, generally speaking, last few months through the first couple months of 2026, what do you want to change around your work, your health, your routines that really supports you? and even your career or what brings you fulfillment. So the next thing I really want to get into is this Mercury retrograde, because I think this one's going to be particularly important for Sagittarius risings, because Mercury is going to station retrograde on November 9th at 6 degrees in your Sagittarius first house of the self, the physical body, how you move through the world, how you want to take independent action, all those things. So really personal to you. And this Mercury is in detriment in your first house. So this Mercury has the ability to sort of overwork or overexert itself. So some of you might be feeling it in your bodies. You might feel overworked. You might feel overstimulated regarding this sort of revisionary period over those Mercury ruled areas. So Mercury rules your Virgo 10th house of career, business, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. So some of you might be really energized and hyper fixated or even really focused on the reviewing and revising your career projects, your public recognition, what brings you fulfillment, and how it really supports you, how it makes you feel. Mercury also rules your Gemini 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. So some of you might be reviewing and revising things going on within your personal or professional partnerships, or the partnerships you want to attract, and how it can sort of help balance or even support you at this time. Either way, I think because this Mercury is in detriment, really prone to overexerting, and it's retrograde in your first house, I think some Sagittarius risings, you could be really feeling this physically and sort of really trying to get to the bottom of this revisionary period. Now, getting to November 12th, when Mercury joins, or I guess technically Mars, either way, when Mercury and Mars join, they're conjunct at 6 degrees in your Sagittarius first house of self. This is really important in the retrograde process, because I want to remind you of last month, October. Around October 21st, with that new moon, Mercury and Mars were conjunct or joined in your Scorpio 12th house, behind the scenes, subconscious thought patterns. And now they're joining again, but Mercury's retrograde. So for some of you, what got initiated behind the scenes last month, or what was going on behind the scenes, what was going on with mental thought patterns, and that's now a little bit more visible to you, but it's coming back again, where you're reviewing and revising maybe what got initiated last month, but now you're reviewing and revising those core motivations, the core desires, the plan of action, maybe around career themes, career projects, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment, or things playing out within personal or professional partnerships. That could now be maybe a time where you're editing that plan of action, or editing those desires and motivations that maybe initially played out for you mentally or behind the scenes, that maybe some of you didn't even quite communicate with the world or didn't really publicly advertise, that now you might be maybe a little bit more ready to kind of hash it out or review, revise, and perfect it. Either way, this could definitely be tied to what was going on last month, and now you're really editing or reviewing and revising in a way that is a little bit more visible to you. And I think with it happening in the first house now, or this Mercury-Mars conjunction happening in the first house compared to last month where it was in the 12th house, behind the scenes, this month it's in that first house. So I think it's a little bit more centered around what's really going to support you. Or I hope that's the case. You know, last month you were mentally kind of maybe working on it, and now it's physical. Now it's, how is this really going to support me? What do I need to edit, review, revise, and perfect this plan of action, core motivations and desires around things playing out within my partnerships, the connections I do want to make, and anything going on with career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. Then we get to November 20th with this Mercury retrograde, where the new moon at 28 degrees in your Scorpio 12th house. Again, generally speaking, a new moon in your Scorpio 12th house could be planting new seeds, new ideas, new opportunities, new chapters around your subconscious thought patterns, your need for solitude, sleep, things going on behind the scenes that could very well have career connections or things playing out within personal or professional partnerships behind closed doors. So, again, new moon, generally speaking, could be a great time to kind of establish new visions, new ideas, new thought patterns, and maybe for some of you stepping into a time where you can cultivate more a period of less sabotaging thoughts, less limiting beliefs even for some of you. But either way, this Mercury is still retrograde, but it is merged, it is joined with this new moon. So whatever new beginning you're thinking about, likely behind the scenes or mentally, it could have a strong dose of career, business, public recognition, or personal, professional partnership themes integrated within it. So I think this is where you start to kind of, I think for Sagittarius risings, maybe you start to pull back a little bit and you start to think behind the scenes or work behind the scenes, even maybe work behind the scenes with a close partnership on something that could be career or business related that you're not ready to launch yet, but you're willing to cultivate and work on over the coming months. Then on November 27th, 28th, depending on what time zone you're in, again, I'm Eastern Standard Time, Saturn stations direct at 25 degrees in your Pisces 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So for the past couple of years, you've really dealt with Saturn going through the 4th. So a lot of discipline, a lot of hard work, effort. Maybe it's been with family relationships, setting boundaries with family relationships, really creating new systems, structures, relocations, renovations, whatever it may be, whatever discipline and effort you were putting in, whether it's relationships with family, people you live with, home, family, property, real estate themes, Saturn's been at it for Sagittarius risings. Now, Saturn has stationed direct at 25 degrees, and it is going to do its last trek through the rest of Pisces, where it will officially move into your Aries 5th house and officially leave your Pisces 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate come about February 2026. So this is really the tying up of loose ends, that final trek that Saturn's making. So I don't think anything really new, but I want to point out that even though it's not exact, there is a Saturn-Jupiter trine going on in November. So it's not exact, it's maybe within 1-2 degrees roughly, that I think a lot of us will be able to lean on. So Saturn stationing direct within a roughly 1 degree orb of a trine with Jupiter in your Cancer 8th house of long-term financial management, investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources, even transformational work. I think this can be a far more constructive situation compared to the last couple years. So I think some of you might be moving into a time where you're sort of like, okay, I did it, I worked with it, I get it, and now you're seeking more constructive situations between what you want to build foundationally in your lives and how that can support the expansion to your long-term financial goals, long-term financial transformation, any of those things. So I think this can definitely be helpful. I also want to point out the contrast to the last time Saturn was at 25 degrees in your Pisces 4th house, which was April. And so going back to April, I want to go back because I want to show you the visual or talk through the visual of, I think, how far some of you have come. Because I think sometimes with the astrology, we just kind of see it, we move on, and then we forget. But going back to April 2025, again, Saturn at 25 degrees, but we have Venus retrograde, Mercury retrograde, Jupiter in detriment, Mars in fall. So very different conditions where I think a lot of us were trying to navigate new ways of existing, new ways of doing things, maybe overexerting ourselves in ways that felt unfamiliar, reviewing and revising. And so there was a lot going on here for a lot of us. But when we get to going back to November, we have very different conditions this time. And I think this is where I think whatever's been really challenging or trials, tribulations for home, family, property, real estate themes for some Sagittarius risings, I'm hoping that this is the point where it's like you see the light. It's like, I got it, I get it, I'm moving forward, and I know what to do with creating constructive expansion into the foundation or my financial situation or transformational work that could be going on for some of you. That, again, this time, Jupiter's in its place of exaltation, not in its place of detriment. Mars is not in its place of fall here. Jupiter's replaced that with its place of exaltation. So very different situation where this time in November, Mercury is going to be stationing direct the following day. So when we get to November 29th, Mercury stations direct around 20 degrees in that Scorpio 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, behind the scenes. And theoretically, this is going to help create that forward momentum, that direct movement around maybe what you were reviewing, revising, working on behind the scenes, whether it was mental or whether it had anything to do with career, business, public recognition, or maybe personal or professional partnerships that you are dealing with behind the scenes or keeping under wraps behind the scenes that now can start to hopefully move forward and create that momentum. But what I want to point out about this Mercury stationing direct and creating that forward momentum is as we get into December, this Mercury is going to start to form a grand trine with Jupiter in your Cancer 8th house and Saturn in that Pisces 4th house. So as we get into December, this is not only a Mercury station direct, but it's actually going to start to create this grand trine where I think a lot can flow. Grand trines can create a lot of movement and a lot of flow. And for you, this is going to be sort of, your mental thought patterns, your visions, what's going on behind the scenes, creating flow to what you need foundationally and sort of wrapping up that last Saturnian story through that 4th house of home, family, property, real estate, and how that can consequently create some flow and some, hopefully some flow and forward movement to the expansion of a financial situation or transformational work. So again, this is not just a direct Mercury. It's actually going to start to form that grand trine in the 12th, the 4th, and the 8th houses, where I think a lot can start to kind of play out and move forward. Not to mention, as we get into December, this Mars is going to move into your Capricorn 2nd house, where it will be in its place of exaltation. It's going to gain a lot of essential dignity and a lot of strength. So Mars, the planet of action, desire, and motivation, will be in its place of exaltation, really kicking up a lot of energy. And we still have Jupiter in its place of exaltation. So the planet of expansion and abundance is in its place of exaltation, and the planet of action and desire and motivation will also be in its place of exaltation as we get into December. So December has very different energy compared to November. I think November is a really great time to pause and take a step back, really review, revise, and perfect those things that are going to set you up for success. particularly around what's going on behind the scenes, what is going on within personal and professional partnerships, as well as career, business, and what brings you fulfillment themes that maybe some of you will be reviewing, revising, and perfecting, so that as you move into December and we get more opportunities for forward movement, action, desire, and motivation, you can step into that energy and push forward what you paused, reviewed, revised, and perfected, and hopefully in between that time in November, recharged your batteries as we move into December, where a lot of energy is going to flow. Hello, Capricorn Risings. Kicking off the month on November 4th, when Mars enters your Sagittarius 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, solitude, dreams, behind the scenes stuff, right? The 12th house is aversed, so it's not so visible to the world. It's more of a hidden house. And so when Mars goes through the 12th house, generally speaking, I would pay attention to your sleep schedule, your sleep patterns. Definitely pay attention to your dreams. Sometimes Mars going through the 12th can kick up what I like to call the monkey mind. So a lot of sort of ruminating thoughts swinging around, insomnia. And, when Mars enters the Sagittarius 12th house, it's going to immediately oppose Uranus in your 6th house of daily work and health routines. So this is definitely energizing and highlighting the mind-body axis. What's going on with behind the scenes stuff, or sleep, or maybe restless thoughts or insomnia for some of you, and its effects to your work, your health, your routines, or what's going on at work or health or routines that could consequently be affecting maybe more desire for time alone, more solitude, more sleep, more rest. So going into December, around the first week, going into November, my God, I'm so ahead of myself right now. Going into November, the first week, definitely the first couple days or so around this November 4th date, pay attention to sort of how you feel, what's going on with work, what's going on with health, what's going on with sleep. Pay attention to your dreams. And this Mars-Uranus opposition here is technically tied to July of 2024. So in July of 2024, Mars joined Uranus and merged and basically created a new story that's going to play out as Mars continues around your chart. And Mars is at the opposition point. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2024, and there could be similar themes. There could be similar, even memories or situations where now you have a different perspective, you have a different angle, and you're really trying to balance it. And so I think generally speaking, for a lot of Capricorn risings, this could be an initial time as we go into November to balance your mind, your body, your routines, your work, your health, whether it's mental or physical, as we go into November. But when we get to November 7th, Uranus is going to retrograde into your Taurus 5th house. So this is really nothing new. All Capricorn risings, especially with whole sign house system, you've dealt with Uranus going through your Taurus 5th house for many years now. So 5th house, joy, creativity, self-expression, romance, children, if applicable to you. And Uranus has created a lot of change, a lot of innovation to those themes over the years, most likely for a lot of you. And Uranus has retrograded back into this area to wrap up its journey here. So Uranus is going to make its final exit out of your Taurus 5th house, not return back here for maybe another 80, 85 years, roughly off the top of my head, in April of 2026. So for the rest of 2025, the first couple months of 2026, you're really wrapping up this story with Uranus, which generally speaking, I think is just an invitation where it's basically saying, hey, is there any last minute innovation or change you want to make to what really brings you joy? What's your heart's desire? Situations with children, creativity, self-expression. And then when we get to November 9th, this is where I want to really start getting into the Mercury retrograde that is going to take place at 6 degrees in your Sagittarius 12th house. Again, subconscious, behind the scenes, dreams, solitude. So a lot of you could really be reviewing and revising behind the scenes or mentally, but also those Mercury ruled areas. So reviewing and revising your Virgo 9th house, growth and potential. Some of you might be really mentally thinking about or reviewing and revising the growth and potential you really want to seek going into 2026. And the other Mercury ruled area is your Gemini 6th house of daily work and health routine. So some of you might really be reviewing and revising your routines, the work that you want to do, the work you need to fulfill, as well as any health, wellness, or vitality themes that you could be reviewing and revising to maybe even seek balance with this 6th-12th house axis. Then when we get to November 12th, this is where things start to get interesting because that Mercury retrograde is going to join with Mars in that Sagittarius 12th house, again at 6 degrees. So to zoom out a little bit and give some perspective, Mercury and Mars were already conjunct in your Scorpio 11th house around October 21st with that new moon in Libra. So some of you might be experiencing this revisionary period with a Mercury retrograde that's tied to what you initially were communicating or figuring out regarding core motivations, desires, or a plan of action around long-term goals that could have been career related with the new moon in Libra in your 10th house of career. But either way, it's interesting how Mercury and Mars joined when Mercury was direct in the area of social network and long-term goals, which could be career related for some of you. And then they join again when Mercury is reviewing and revising, but it's in the 12th house behind the scenes. So I think some Capricorn risings, you could be experiencing sort of this revisionary period behind closed doors, behind the scenes, or just keeping it close to yourselves or working on it mentally, where you might be editing that plan of action. You might be editing your core motivations and desires around your work, your health, your routine, your growth and potential. That again could be career related for some of you as you're sort of navigating this revisionary period. Then when we get to November 20th, the Mercury retrograde being quite interesting continues because we have this new moon at 28 degrees in your Scorpio 11th house of friends, groups, communities, so social network and long-term goals. So generally speaking, this new moon is planting new seeds, a new beginning, a new opportunity that you really want to cultivate around your social network, whether it's personal or professional, and those long-term goals. But this Mercury retrograde is merging with this new moon. So I think this is where at this juncture in this revisionary period, you could be still reviewing and revising your growth and potential, which could be career related, as well as your daily work and or health routines, but how any of those themes that you're reviewing and revising, how they need to be integrated with this new chapter, this new idea, planting new seeds that you ultimately want to cultivate over the coming months regarding your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations. So I think a lot of you It could be teeter-tottering with sort of thinking about things behind the scenes and then really reviewing and revising the direction you want to take with growth and potential. That could be career related, as well as sort of your daily work and health routines and how that can also help support you in the process as you're sort of establishing this new chapter around maybe integrating those things with your long-term goals. That could really play out in 2026. Then when we get to November 27th, November 28th, so 27th or 28th, depending on what time zone you're in, but Saturn on November 27th or 28th will station direct at 25 degrees in your Pisces third house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family. So if this is professional, this could be more related to communication fields, technology, transportation, short distance travel. If it's more personal, this is going to be related to your communication, how you take care of daily tasks, your daily movement in your immediate environment, siblings, extended family, neighborhood, community, etc. So again, take what resonates, leave the rest, but Saturn stationing direct at 25 degrees. Saturn is officially moving forward and finishing the last about 5 degrees in your Pisces third house, where it will officially leave your Pisces third house in roughly February 2026. So this is really like the last trek that Saturn is making here. And I want to point out that when Saturn stations direct, it is really through the month of November, within 1 to 2 degrees maybe. It's not an exact trine, but it's close enough. This Saturn will be in a trine to Jupiter in your Cancer 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So I think in terms of Saturn's journey through Pisces and the challenges that it brought up for a lot of Capricorn risings, especially because Saturn rules your first house of the self and the physical body. So a lot of you could have felt that the Saturnian transits quite personally. But I think this is where Saturn not only stations direct and starts to finish its journey in Pisces. The trine to Jupiter sort of like, maybe some of you are starting to see the light, or you're starting to feel a lot more constructive about the situation. And with Saturn trine Jupiter, you know, Saturn also rules your second house of earned income. So some of you might feel a lot more constructive or a little bit more flow, hopefully more flow and ease around your financial situation or your self-worth or your physical body around this time, especially with Uranus backing off from your sixth house of daily health and routines as well. So I feel like this could hopefully provide a little bit more ease and a little bit more flow. Also consider that as Saturn's been going through Pisces, it's been a very different situation where Jupiter was in its place of detriment in your Gemini sixth house of daily work and health, creating on and off squares to Saturn here. So in the previous years with Saturn, and there were these push-pull scenarios of where do I need to pull back versus where I want to expand. And it was quite frustrating and even stressful or tense for many of us. So now it's a different situation with Jupiter in its place of exaltation, creating a trine where things are flow. It's less tense in that square aspect. But I want to point out April of 2025, where in April of 2025, that's when Saturn was originally at 25 degrees of Pisces. So Saturn was originally at 25 degrees of Pisces, just it's returned back to this degree now in November. But the last time Saturn was here at this degree, we had Venus retrograde, we had Mercury retrograde, we had Mars in its place of fall, where Jupiter is now in its place of exaltation here, and Jupiter was in its place of detriment. So very different conditions. where I think a lot of us were heavily reviewing and revising, trying to really work a lot out, get things done, but it maybe didn't feel the best, or there wasn't a lot of flow around it. But now the conditions, generally speaking, again, it's not conclusive. It totally depends on your natal placements that could be afflicting it or even helping it in many ways. But now in November, towards the end of November, where Saturn has finally reached that 25-degree mark, stationed direct, we have the trine to Jupiter in its place of exaltation, and Mars is not in its place of fall. We also have Mercury the following day on November 29th, stationing direct in that Scorpio 11th house of social network and long-term goals. So I think this could help push forward or create momentum around the Mercury ruled areas, such as your Virgo 9th house of growth and potential. So for some of you, it could be continuing education, travel, spirituality, publishing, teaching, again, any growth and potential themes that also could be career related could really start to move forward and get integrated within your social network or your long-term goals. Fingers crossed. And I also want to point out that as we move into December, this is not only a direct Mercury, it is going to start to apply to a grand trine with Saturn in your Pisces 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, and Jupiter in your Cancer 7th house of personal and professional partnership. So again, this is not only a direct Mercury, it's creating a grand trine where theoretically a lot more flow and movement can go, it can happen, it can unfold and flow a little bit more naturally. Additionally, as we move into December, this Mars is going to move into your Capricorn 1st house, where it will be in its place of exaltation. And I think a lot of you will get a shot of caffeine, a jolt to energizing your physical body. So Mars in Capricorn in its place of exaltation can definitely energize your physical body. Really just, it's the planet of action in its place of exaltation. So a lot of you could feel like physical movement, the need to physically move, the need to physically go. So Mars is kicking up a lot of action, desire, and motivation going into December in its place of exaltation in your 1st house. Jupiter will also still be in its place of exaltation in your Cancer 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So again, as we move into December, we're going to have the planet of action in its place of exaltation, the planet of expansion in its place of exaltation. So very different energy, very different momentum going into December, especially with Mercury getting out of that retrograde and creating a grand trine, which is additionally kind of boosting a little bit more flow and momentum moving into December. Now, with that being said, compared to November looks like a good time to really review, revise, perfect, edit, and get clear on what's going on behind the scenes versus how you want to integrate that with your long-term goals, its impacts to your growth and potential, as well as your health, your work, and your routines, so that as you move into December, you can really set yourselves up for success with clarity. Also taking November to maybe rest and recharge your batteries to prepare for Mars and Jupiter to both be in their place of exaltation, especially for you with Mars entering that 1st house of physical body. So really recharging your batteries, making sure you're reviewing, revising, pausing to set yourselves up for success as you move into December, where a lot of energy, I think, has the potential to flow and to create movement. So take the time in November to sort out what you need to sort out, review, revise, perfect, so that you set yourselves up for success moving into December. Hello, Aquarius Risings. We're kicking off the month on November 4th when Mars enters your Sagittarius 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So social network, whether it's personal or professional, and your long-term goals, dreams, aspirations. Where Mars entering this area might kick up a little bit more action, a little bit more desire and motivation to focus on your social network, maybe expanding your social network or your long-term goals. Now, Mars does rule your 10th house of career and public recognition. So some of you might start to look for ways to bridge the progression of the career, the business, the public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, and integrating that within your social network or your long-term goals. Now, as Mars enters your Sagittarius 11th house, it's going to immediately form an opposition with Uranus in your Gemini 5th house of joy. So oppositions can sometimes feel like we're being pulled in two different directions. So there could be more action and more things going on within your social network, again, friends, groups, communities, or your long-term goals, and having to balance that with any innovation to what brings you joy, your creative projects, your self-expression, or children if applicable to you. Now, one interesting thing about this Mars-Uranus opposition is that it is technically connected to July of 2024. So in July of 2024, Mars was conjunct Uranus, and it was merging with Uranus. It was creating that new story to play out where Mars joined Uranus, theoretically initiated that new story, and then Mars continued on around your chart and playing out that story. So now Mars is at the opposition point. And so some of you might be able to think back to July of 2024, what was going on, what themes were coming up that could be coming up again, but having a totally new angle or a new perspective that requires some level of balance between the long-term goals versus what creative projects or self-expression or joy you're trying to integrate, or your social network as well. So just balancing those two worlds. The good news is that Mars does move relatively quickly here, so you won't feel this for long if you are. The next thing I want to jump into is November 7th, when Uranus retrogrades back into your Taurus 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So this is nothing new. You've been dealing with Uranus going through your Taurus 4th house for many years now. However, this is an important juncture in the Uranian journey, in my opinion, because this is the last leg of Uranus's journey through your Taurus 4th house. So Uranus has retrograded back into your 4th house again on November 7th, if you're listening and not watching. But this Uranus will eventually station direct and officially leave your Taurus 4th house in April of 2026. So Uranus will officially leave, which means this is really the last leg of the journey. And I think just sort of the last kind of loose threads, or what innovation, what last minute innovation or changes do you want to make to the foundation of your life? What does work? What doesn't work? Is there anything else you would like to sort of innovate or change regarding home, family, property, real estate themes, so that when Uranus officially leaves this area and moves into your Gemini 5th house, it's sort of like, what foundation have you been innovating and changing and unearthing so many things for some of you that has now allowed you to start thinking about how you want to tie up those loose ends around innovation and change, and how that foundation fully supports your joy, your creativity, your self-expression, or children if applicable to you. So just something to think about as Uranus is wrapping up this journey and will eventually make its progression into that 5th house of joy. Now getting to the Mercury retrograde situation this month, which is very interesting in my opinion, because when we get to November 9th, Mercury will station retrograde in your Sagittarius 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So Mercury could be reviewing and revising Mercury ruled areas in your chart, which is your Gemini fifth house of joy. So creative projects, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. What brings you joy? What's your heart's desire? That some of you might be reviewing and revising in a way where you're considering how to integrate that revisionary period around what brings you joy, those specific themes associated with it, and how it gets integrated within your long-term goals or your social network. So maybe there's particular individuals within your social network that allow you to tap into this revisionary period around creative projects, self-expression, or what brings you joy. Mercury also rules this Virgo 8th house, so transformational work. Some of you might be reviewing and revising transformational work, or reviewing a transformational decision you might be considering that impacts your social network or your long-term goals. With Mercury also ruling the other themes of the 8th house, so long-term financial management or goals, including partners' resources if applicable. Some of you might be reviewing and revising financial themes, resources, partners' resources, and how that plays into your long-term goals, dreams, and aspirations. So I think for some Aquarius risings, this could be a really strong revisionary period around certain aspects of your social network and your long-term goals, and how this revisionary period around what brings you joy, how you want to experience joy, your creativity, your self-expression can be integrated within that. Or it could be a really strong revisionary period around transformational decisions, transformational work, or those financial situations that could be playing into those long-term goals that some of you might be really thinking about or setting into place as you go into 2026. And then on November 12th, things continue to stay interesting because that's when Mercury retrograde at 6 degrees will join Mars. Now, I want to point out that last month in October, around the new moon in Libra, Mercury and Mars were conjunct or joined in your Scorpio 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So now they join again, but in your 11th house of social network and long-term goals with Mercury retrograde. So whatever is going on around this time, around the 12th, I think it could definitely have the potential to be directly connected to what was playing out the second half of October. That maybe some of you were initiating or communicating or regarding a plan of action, desire, or motivation, that now you're sort of trying to work out the kinks. You're trying to review, revise, and perfect. Maybe even edit that plan of action, edit those motivations, or edit those desires as you get to this juncture with Mercury Mars. So again, it's interesting how during this Mercury retrograde cycle, when Mercury was in shadow building those contextual clues, it was conjunct Mars at 20 degrees in your Scorpio 10th house of career and public recognition. And then now, as we move forward, it retrogrades, joins Mars again, but now it's sort of considering it regarding your long-term goals and your social network. So I think this Mercury-Mars situation last month and this month could potentially be sort of bridging the gap or helping the progression regarding your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, and how to integrate that into your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations, and the social network that supports it. Then this Mercury retrograde train continues, and we get to November 20th when we have this new moon at 28 degrees in your Scorpio 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So generally speaking, right? New moon, new beginning, new opportunity, new idea that you want to cultivate over the coming months regarding your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. However, this Mercury retrograde is merged with this new moon. So the Mercury ruled areas, again, reviewing and revising financial aspects, transformational work or decisions, as well as what brings you joy, your creativity, your self-expression, and how maybe any of those themes are being integrated into what you really want to cultivate with your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment around this time. Then when we get to November 27th or 28th, depending on what time zone you're in, that's when Saturn is going to station direct at 25 degrees in your Pisces second house of earned income and self-worth. So what I like about this, and I'm going to do some comparisons with April of 2025, where Saturn was originally at this 25 degree mark back in April. But Saturn stationing direct, again, depending on what time zone you're in, the 27th, the 28th. I want to point out that in November, Saturn's going to be roughly within a maybe 1 or 2 degree orb as we go into November, forming a trine or in a trine configuration with Jupiter. Again, it's not exact, but it's close enough. And this trine configuration, I feel, is far more constructive and creating constructive flow compared to the last couple years. And the past couple years, I think a lot of Aquarius risings, you've been sort of maybe focused on your relationship with currency, your relationship with energy, money, your value system, your innate gifts, talents, self-worth. And Saturn's been testing you and strengthening you in those departments over the past couple years. Well, Saturn has stationed direct and is going to stay direct through the rest of Pisces and officially leave this Pisces second house of yours come about February 2026. So this is really the last trek for Saturn, and it won't return to your Pisces second house for roughly another 30 years. So this is really, to me, I think the light at the end of the tunnel, or the ability to be more constructive about it in a way that's you're fully aware of. You've really worked with Saturn at this point for the past couple years here. And the trine to Jupiter in your sixth house of daily work and health routines, I think can be really constructive to your routines, your health, your work, and vice versa to that second house of earned income and self-worth. Now, comparing this to April, when Saturn was originally going over this 25 degree mark in your Pisces second house of earned income and self-worth, very different situation. And the reason why I want to bring this up is just to show some of you how much you've really changed or worked with this energy, because I think sometimes with astrology, we look at it and then we move on and we forget. Then when we look back, we see how much has happened here. So back in March, April, we have Saturn at 25 degrees in this Pisces second house, hitting that original 25 degree mark. But that time in April, we had Venus retrograde, Mercury retrograde. We had Mars in fall. We had Jupiter in detriment. We had a very different scenario going on that for some of you probably felt like a holding pattern. You were really reviewing and revising or working through a lot of stuff, where now it's a very different situation where I think it's sort of like, okay, we've got it and we're ready to move on and move forward and be more constructively expansive about it. So again, Jupiter's now in its place of exaltation, Mars is no longer in fall, and Mercury is about to station direct the following day. So on November 29th, Mercury stations direct around 20 degrees in that Scorpio 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So this could definitely theoretically create that momentum and forward movement around this revisionary period that I think has really started to bubble up or form for a lot of you in October. And this not only creates that direct Mercury forward movement energy for a lot of us. As we close out November and we move into December, this Mercury is going to start to form a grand trine with Saturn in your Pisces second house of earned income and self-worth, and Jupiter in your Cancer sixth house of daily work and health routines. So moving into December, I'm hoping that a lot of Aquarius risings, or all Aquarius risings, can start to feel more of that grand trine natural flow. It's a natural flow and a natural ease that sometimes happens with these grand trines between your career, your finances, and expanding your routines for more of the work that you want to do or the health and vitality you want to feel. Either way, this can definitely help create some flow and some ease. So it's not just a direct Mercury, it's actually starting to form a grand trine to move into December with hopefully a lot more flow and ease in the areas that have been afflicted in the previous years. Also keep in mind that this Mars in December is also going to move into its place of exaltation in Capricorn. So the planet of action and desire and motivation is going to move into its place of exaltation, where it gains a lot of strength and a lot of ability to move and energize, while Jupiter, the planet of expansion and abundance, is still in its place of exaltation as well. So the planet of action and the planet of expansion will both be in their places of exaltation as we start getting into December. So December is a very different energy, in my opinion, compared to November. So just kind of recapping November, I think it's a good time to really give yourselves permission to review, revise, edit any plan of action, core motivations, desires, and really kind of take those moments to pause, rest, and I think most importantly, recharge, especially for Aquarius risings, because with Mars entering its place of exaltation in that 12th house, it can really energize your mind, your thoughts, your sleep, your dreams, things going on behind the scenes. So I think November is a really good time to take as many pauses as you possibly can, rest, recharge your batteries, because these two planets, Mars and Jupiter, both being in their place of exaltation across that mind-body axis, is what I like to call, can really supercharge the 6th house of work, health, routines, and the 12th house of thought patterns, sleep, dreams, solitude. So there is a lot of movement in addition to the grand trine that Mercury is forming with Saturn and Jupiter as well, creating even more flow and movement moving into December. So definitely take care of yourselves, take the pause, take the time to recharge your batteries as much as you possibly can, because December is a very different energy where there's a lot more opportunity for movement and flow and energy and action. So definitely take care of yourselves, and I'll see you next month. Hello, Pisces Risings. So kicking off the month on November 4th, when Mars enters your Sagittarius 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So definitely pay attention to any of those themes, particularly if they resonate around this time, because Mars could be kicking up more action, more desire and motivation to any of those themes. And it's also going to immediately form an opposition with Uranus in your Gemini 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So going into November, there could be stronger feelings around trying to balance what's going on with career, business, public recognition, and balancing that with home, family, property, real estate themes that could be going on around this time. This Mars-Uranus opposition is also technically connected to July of 2024. So in July 2024, Mars joined Uranus to create a new cycle where Mars is going to go all the way around and play out a story. So July 2024, Mars joined Uranus, initiated that story, and has been moving across around and has now reached the opposition point. And so some of you might be able to think back to July of 2024, themes that were going on, situations that were playing out, and you might see similar themes or situations come up, but in an entirely new way, new perspectives, new angles that in this opposition might require you to take those new perspectives or new angles and balance it compared to what's unfolded thus far. If that resonates. If it doesn't, leave it, forget about it, take what resonates, leave the rest. Moving on to November 7th, we have Uranus retrograding back into your Taurus third house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family. So this is nothing new. You've had Uranus going through your Taurus third house for many years now, creating some, innovation, change, highs and lows to maybe relationships with family, extended family, siblings, or it could have been radically innovating and changing the way you communicate with the world, exchange information. For some of you who work in communication fields, technology or transportation, this could have also impacted those areas as well. So this is really nothing new. Uranus has retrograded back into this area to finish up its last leg of the journey here. And so Uranus is going to officially leave your Taurus third house in April of 2026. So this is the last time it will retrograde back. It will be in Taurus for roughly, I don't know, off the top of my head, maybe another 80, 85 years, depending on the retrograde cycles. And so this is a good time to maybe review or revise or sort of see, is there any last minute innovation and change you want to make to your communication or communication fields, technology, transportation, if it's professional. This could also be a time, or maybe there's some innovation and changes to extended family, siblings. The third house is your everyday, I like to think of it as your everyday immediate environment. Those people, places, and things like your phone, your laptop, your car, your neighbors, your community, phone calls, errands. It's really a house of, I like to think of it as a house of daily movement. We're moving, we're getting stuff done, we're communicating, we're exchanging information, we're driving around. So Uranus retrograding back into this area could sort of be a last opportunity the rest of this year into the beginning of next year to kind of say, okay, what do I want to innovate and change with my everyday movement, my everyday immediate environment, if you want to take it. Now I want to get to the Mercury retrograde. This in particular is a really interesting Mercury retrograde. So November 9th, Mercury will station retrograde at 6 degrees in your Sagittarius 10th house of career, public recognition, business, what brings you fulfillment. And so this, generally speaking, can start that revisionary period for some of you around reviewing and revising Mercury-ruled areas and its impacts to career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So Mercury rules your Gemini 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So maybe some of you are reviewing and revising a home, relationships with family, people you live with, property or real estate themes, and its impacts to the work that you want to do, your career, your business, your public recognition. So some of you might be literally reviewing and revising the foundation of your lives and seeing how it supports the career, the business, and what brings you fulfillment moving forward. Mercury also rules your Virgo 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So some of you might be reviewing and revising your connections with others, your personal and professional partnerships, and how that affects your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. Or you might be reviewing and revising something within a personal or professional partnership to review and revise a situation playing out with your career, your business, your public recognition. So definitely pay attention to any of those themes, particularly if they resonate around this time, and how it's playing into an opportunity to review, revise, and perfect maybe the career, the work, the business, the public recognition that really fully supports you, supports your home environment, supports your ability to connect with others as well. Then when we get to November 12th, that Mercury retrograde on November 12th will be conjunct Mars at 6 degrees in your 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So at this juncture, in this Mercury retrograde where we're all reviewing and revising, and for you, when it joins Mars here, I want to remind you that around October 21st, with that new moon in Libra, Mercury and Mars were conjunct at 20 degrees in your Scorpio 9th house of growth and potential, including travel, spirituality, higher knowledge, publishing, teaching, could be career related. Either way, Mercury was direct on October 21st, and it was conjunct or joined with Mars at 20 degrees where the sun is now in the Scorpio 9th house of growth and potential, or any of those themes associated with growth and potential. So there's something very peculiar going on where maybe something that you really initiated or got the ball rolling on in terms of your motivations, your desires, your plan of action, and communicating that, or trying to get to the bottom of it in October, it's now coming up again, but perhaps it's more career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment related, where Mercury is reviewing and revising. So this could be the time where whatever it's connected to in October for many of you, you could be at the stage of playing it out, but in a way where you're not only reviewing and revising, you could be editing that plan of action, editing the desire, the motivation, and also watching its impacts to the foundation of your life, the foundation that's going to support it as you're editing it. So for Pisces risings, I feel like there's a lot of reviewing and revising, but I think editing around what feels fulfilling to you, the work that you want to do, how you want to be visible. Where last month, I think it had a little bit more to do with the growth and potential you wanted to achieve for some of you. And now it could be more related to, well, how do I integrate that and edit that plan of action or the motivation and desire so that it maybe accommodates the foundation that I really need, that supports me, and also accommodates my ability to connect with others or support my current long-term partnerships in my life, including marriage, if that's applicable to you. So I think a lot of you, generally speaking, could be shifting into a time where you're really looking at like the work that fully supports you and simultaneously looking at the foundation or relationships that also support that work, while you're simultaneously editing what I think a lot of you really initiated back in October last month. Then we get to November 20th, and this Mercury retrograde continues, but this time it's merging with a new moon in your Scorpio 9th house of growth and potential at 28 degrees. So new moon at 28 degrees in your Scorpio 9th house. So new beginnings, new chapters, planting new seeds that you want to cultivate around any themes involving travel, higher knowledge, spirituality, publishing, teaching. Again, any of those growth and potential themes that could definitely be career related as well. But this time with this new moon, whatever you want to cultivate or initiate, it's merged with this Mercury retrograde. So I think a lot of you could be reviewing and revising your personal and professional partnerships, the partnerships you do want to attract that really support that growth and potential in your lives, or the new chapter you really want to step into. Some of you could also be reviewing and revising the foundation of your lives, your home, relationships with family, property or real estate themes that also support this new chapter of growth and potential that you really want to step into. Either way, this new moon is integrating what you're reviewing and revising or perfecting around this time, and how that's being integrated into this new chapter that you ultimately, some of you ultimately want to cultivate over the coming months regarding those growth and potential themes. Like I said, could also be career related. Then when we get to November 27th or 28th, depending on what time zone you're in, Saturn stations direct at 25 degrees of Pisces in your first house of self, physical body, how you take independent action. And I'm going to do some comparisons to April of 2025, because in April of 2025, that's when Saturn was originally going over this 25 degree mark in your Pisces first house. And I want to show you the comparison, or talk through the comparison if you're just listening on Apple, where I want to show you the contrast, how much growth and strengthening a lot of you Pisces risings have been doing. It's been wild. And to not give up if you feel just over it at this point. Your Saturn stations direct. This is the last trek of the journey of Saturn through your Pisces first house. So Saturn is stationing direct. It is going to officially leave your Pisces first house come February 2026. So it is just going to continue moving forward, and it's not going to return to your Pisces first house for another 30 years. So for the past couple of years, a lot of Pisces risings, you've been tested, you've been challenged. You've really been tested and challenged in a way where you've had to really strengthen yourselves, strengthen your ability to take independent action, even through the trials and tribulations that you've gone through. Saturn's also been angular, so it's caused a lot of changes to your work, your career, your home and family. Also having to balance the challenges to personal and professional partnerships, including marriage, if applicable to you. So a lot's gone on with this Saturn. So I want to remind you that I think this is really like the light at the end of the tunnel. I think this is like the last, like, okay, we've made it. It's you've learned, you've strengthened, and Saturn is now direct, starting to move out, get out of that Pisces first house. And I also want to point out that throughout November, Saturn is going to be in a trine configuration with Jupiter in your Cancer fifth house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. It's not an exact trine, but it's within maybe 1-2 degrees. It's close enough to feel. And so I think with Saturn stationing direct and being in this non-exact trine to an exalted Jupiter, which rules your first house of self, by the way, can be helpful. It can be a lot more constructive to creating more flow, and constructive sort of flow to maybe integrating more joy in your lives, more creativity, more self-expression. That this Mercury retrograde has had you review a lot around the foundation of your lives, your personal and professional connections with others, or the connections you want to make. So when Saturn stations direct, I think this is really the time where things start to, okay, we're moving forward. We've got it. It came into our consciousness. We've been working on this and strengthening this the past couple years. The trine to Jupiter, the ruler of your first house of self and the physical body, I think can be highly effective and create more flow and constructive energy to you, and also your fifth house of joy. So I'm hoping that this sort of creates some helpful sigh of relief, or that moment a lot of Pisces risings can finally feel like they can breathe after this brutal Saturn transit. And comparing it to April, when Saturn was originally at that 25 degree mark, and very, very different conditions here. So again, Saturn at 25 degrees in your Pisces first house back in April of 2025. We had Venus retrograde. We had Mercury retrograde. We had Jupiter in detriment. We had Mars in fall. So the essential dignity of these planets was not super strong. It's sort of, for you Pisces risings, I feel like you were navigating territory in ways that maybe you've never navigated before, or having to learn how to do things in ways that felt new to you or felt foreign to you even. And so now, going back to November, this month, excuse me, we have a very different condition. We have Jupiter in its place of exaltation instead of detriment. We have Mars no longer in fall. And we have Mercury about to station direct the following day on November 29th. So on November 29th, Mercury stations direct at 20 degrees of Scorpio. And this is, generally speaking, Mercury stationing direct. Okay, it's forward movement, it's forward momentum around what you've been reviewing, revising, or felt delays around in the past couple of weeks. But I want to point out that as we move into December, this Mercury is going to bump up a couple degrees and start to form a grand trine with Saturn in your first house of self and Jupiter in your fifth house of joy, creativity, self-expression, and children, if applicable to you. So as you move into December, it's not just a Mercury stationing direct and theoretically creating that forward movement. It's a Mercury starting to form a grand trine where there can be a lot more natural flow happening in these areas that have been afflicted in the previous years. And additionally, this Mars in your Sagittarius 10th house of career, public recognition, as we get deeper into December, probably around December 15th, I think it's around December 15th, this Mars is going to enter Capricorn, its place of exaltation. It's going to gain a significant amount of essential dignity and strength. And a Mars in Capricorn is very energizing, generally speaking. It's very stimulating. It's very energized. It wants to go, go, go. We have Mars, the planet of action, motivation, and desire, moving into its place of exaltation. And then we have the planet of expansion and abundance and its place of exaltation as well. So I think as we move into December, it's a very different scenario when we have Mercury starting to form a grand trine where there's a lot more flow that happens. And then we have the planet of action, energy, and motivation and desire moving into its place of exaltation in that 11th house of your social network and your long-term goals. So some of you could be socializing more and focusing, being very motivated around your long-term goals and your dreams and your aspirations. Well, Jupiter is also still in its place of exaltation, helping support any expansion to your joy, your creativity, your self-expression, or situations playing out with your children, if that's applicable to you. So I wanted to point out the contrast, but I also wanted to point out the transition going into December, because December has more energy, more movement potential with the transits, in my opinion. So taking a bird's eye view or a broad perspective on November, I think November is a good time to take as many pauses as you can. Rest, recharge your batteries, take the time to really review, revise, perfect anything that really resonates in November, so that you can recharge your batteries, but you can get really clear around maybe the career situation or the growth and potential situation or what feels more fulfilling to you, so that as you enter December and we get more flow and waves of energy starting to unravel, you can ride that wave of energy and use it to cultivate what you truly perfected, reviewed, revised, and got clear on around growth and potential and or career public recognition or what brings you fulfillment.